Okay. Okay. There. Okay, and then there we go. Alright. Let's see how this is going. There you go. Continue. I'm slightly older, or has slightly more playtime, so we'll do this one. Alright. See if we can talk to him this time. Our power Emily, is she alright? Actually, the girl was kidnapped was named Camilla. Why is this you talking to me in my head again? Wait a minute. Emily? Could that be the Emily next door? Yes, I think so. Wow, I didn't know the Justice Minister lived next door. No, not me. My wife. It's, complicated. Yeah, I bet she would be pretty hard to admit she left him. The minister's wife ran away on him. Maybe they grew apart. What with him being so busy? Yeah, I bet you're right. Please stop gossiping about me inside my own head. Alright. Lady Red apartment. Josie. Huh? What's going on? Camilla's the one who's kidnapped, but this little girl's bed is empty too. Where could she have gone? While her husband and daughter's situation changes from hour to hour, only the lady's outpouring of words and love continues on without change. I have to admit, I admire her dedication, but I'm worried about her daughter. I'll stop by again later to see what's happening. Alright. Hi, Josie. The entrance to a neatly deserted, dimly lit park. Hey, look at that! The detective is back. Camilla! Without knowing the situation, the scene would look pretty suspicious. Alright. Yeah, because they don't want us to see how, you know, suspicious it is. Let's see if there's anything in the junkyard that's updated. They don't want us to know how suspicious it is, because Missile was a torpedo into that wall. It's something clearly what's going on. What's the matter, Ray? Taking a break? Haha. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I'm apparently starting to lose my strength. What? Let me ask you one favor first, if you don't mind. There's a small creature who needs your powers. You're talking about the little lady, aren't you? She holds a clue to that which you seek, and encourage you to lend her your strength. How do you know all this? You'll find out soon enough. I know you can do it. Hurry along now. There's no time to waste. Okay, I'm going. Alright. Let me go to the super's office. Looks like the old pigeon guy decided to go somewhere else. There's something very off about this place. Old Dusty junked side by side with well-maintained equipment. Anyway, it doesn't look like things are going to change here much for a while. Yeah. But it looks like I might come back here. Chicken kitchen, guard room, basement. Hi, Josie. Let's see. I sense somebody's presence in this dimly lit place. Tonight's probably our last chance. If it doesn't come here tonight. I think this silence is starting to get to me. This old man is apparently waiting for somebody. The only thing waiting for me is the end of my existence. Interesting. Okay, nothing we can do anything about right now. Let's see if there's anything here. Hey, baby girl. Cotton candy girl. I guess the chief went out. He didn't even put on his shoes. Did something happen? Okay, nothing really here to do. Let's see, things here. I bet I'll see it. Oh yeah, wait, no, this is where Jowd got arrested. So there's nothing here. Nothing here, same as before. I guess I don't need to come back here anymore. Say I ever feel the urge to see this moon again. That's a weird comment, but sure. I don't think I'll need anything for Camilla's old house either, but I'm gonna just go there. Just because I'm kind of covering all my bases. Scene of tragedy is once again sealed in silence. The tragedy 5 years ago and the tragedy tonight. Wonder where the little lady is now. Only could have put a smile back on her face before the day dawns, but I won't find the answers here. Better follow my own leads. Alright. It's interesting to get the little extra pieces of information. Why does it seem to be working? Alright. So that's pretty much everywhere I haven't been. I need to look at my notes and see if there's anything pertinently helpful. Oh, right. We were in the middle of learning things. So, Mr. Ghost, we meet again. I forgot what I was doing last time I quit playing this game, so I was like, I don't remember where I'm going, but I was already at the place I was going to. I'm just a dingus. I hear something happened, something about a kidnapping? Some kidnappers are saying they abducted the Justice Minister's daughter. It's terrible. What's their demand? The carrying out of your execution. Tonight. I had no idea I was so hated. But the minister doesn't have to worry. I die and it's all over. Very simple. It's not that simple. Why not? Because it isn't really the minister's daughter who got kidnapped. It's Camilla. What? Camilla? I checked it out for myself. Positive. No! It can't be! By the way, Camilla told me something interesting. She said the one who killed her mother 5 years ago was Camilla herself. What? What are you talking about? Don't listen to him! I'm the one who shot her! I'm the one who shot Alma! And when I'm executed tonight, that will be the end of it. Camilla won't have to suffer anymore after tonight. For a capable detective, you say some incredibly misguided things. You dying isn't going to end that girl's suffering. It'll bring her new suffering. The only person's pain this execution is going to ease is yours. Get him, Sissel! Ugh. Is it true, what Camilla said? Why don't you tell us what you know? Murder 5 years ago. To be honest, I still don't understand what happened that day. It was my wife, Alma's birthday. We came home from work, and she went in first. Excuse me, sir. Get out of here. She went in first. Bang. Yep, that's what I thought when I, talked about it. Because I was like, maybe he doesn't even know what happened because everything fixed by when we came in. I looked for the shooter, but there was nobody to be found. There was nobody there besides Alma and Camilla, just the two of them. So the little lady's mother died right in front of her. Oh my, that's horrible. Josie... She's laying down, but she's literally... I had my controller on my, lap, and she literally started laying down on top of it with her butt because she's trying to scoot into my lap. But she's got so much room under here that is not lap related. Girl, you could just go under there. Oh my, that's so horrible. Camilla told me about it. She was crying. I don't think Camilla might not know. She said the contraption she made did something it wasn't supposed to. It made an impossible move. An impossible move? See, this gets me because I'm like, okay, well, the whole thing is like, we literally stopped the one contraption from going off because because it was supposed to kill Lynn, right? And it didn't, specifically because he used his ghost tricks to influence the to influence the trap to go off in just the right way that it didn't actually kill Lynn, it stopped it. So my thinking is, if he can stop the trap, maybe somebody else can also, like, there might be another person with ghost trick abilities who could influence the trap to go off the way that to go off in such a way that it actually would go off. Because, like, him saying it made an impossible move. It's interesting because it kind of reminds me of that. Alright, Powers of the Dead. It's been 5 years since then. I stopped thinking about it. I shot Alma. There's no other explanation. That's what I'd convince everyone of, even me. But tonight you showed up and gave me an explanation I never would have thought of before. The powers of the dead, right? That day, in that room, powers that I didn't understand were at work. And if that's the case, it clears up all the mysteries. Maybe not all. There are a couple of other people who know about those powers. Oh yeah, the assassins seem to kind of have an idea about it. Is there someone there? Can you hear me? I can sense your presence, you know. The kidnappers who abducted Camilla knew about these powers. This is no ordinary kidnapping. Looks like my wife's case isn't coming to an end after all. I'm the only one who thought it was. Detective Jowd. There's still time before dawn, a little anyway. How about you see this case through to the end before you die? Camilla was a quiet little girl, but she was good with her hands. She was a little genius at making elaborate toys and contraptions. But there were two very strange points about that contraption. The first was, of course, the firing of that gun. Right, that was an antique gun I've had on display for years, so it wasn't part of the little girl's original design. Of course it wasn't! It was supposed to be a surprise for her mother's birthday! And the other strange point was the movement of that Cupid. Cupid? I mean, yeah, that's... It was supposed to shoot its arrow without turning around. Yeah, that makes more sense. Somebody made it change the contraption's design and then manipulated it. Yeah, like they ghost tricked it or something. I don't know what to say. I didn't have time to think things through then. All I knew is I had to protect Camilla. I made a small adjustment to the scene and turned myself in. What kind of adjustment? Gun, of course. The gun, eh? Come to think of it. Yeah, the gun was missing, but we know where it is. It's in the basement of the super's office. There was no gun there, just a picture hanging on the wall. Of course not, because I secretly switched the gun out of that frame with the picture. Yeah, because I remember that was one of the things I said, was that when I saw the place, I was like, there's no murder stuff here, it's just like party poppers and stuff. So it makes sense that, like, whatever happened, the gun was there, would make sense. Takes a drink of water. Woo! Okay, not water. Grape flavored. Grape is very intense here. Not bad, just like, definitely a lot more grape flavor than I thought it was gonna be. Well, you're here, Phantom. It's okay, I started at like 12:15 or something like that. I'm trying to start around noon. So you didn't miss much. You missed basically me jolting. Like, I stopped here with the intention of, okay, I'll talk to Jowd when I come back. And then when I came back, I forgot that that's what I was planning on doing. So I was like, let me just go through the phone book real quick. So you didn't miss anything. Because I was like, dialing up all the different locations and just getting, like, extra optional dialogue, basically. I didn't believe what she told me about her contraption, but one thing was for certain. That gun was still smoking. So that gun really did shoot Alma. I hid the gun before I went to the police. You hid it? I put it in a wooden box and gave it to a certain detective. Wait. He gave it to... Okay, so he gave it to White Coat Boy, Detective Capybara, Cabanella, I know, but, so if he gave it to him, huh, that's interesting. What? You mean The detective still thinks it's a music box. Oh, the gun's in the box that Lynn has. Interesting. So the other contraption is just like literally the same thing, but it's not the same gun. That's interesting. Unless the box got switched out or something. So that's what's in the box, huh? I got a different murder weapon ready to give the pistol my own. Give to the police my own pistol. And I did a few other things to make it look good. I won't go into the details. When I was all done, I turned myself in. Alright. Detective Jowd, is what you just told us just now true? Yes, of course. In that case, there's still time. Still time? Time to solve that case that started 5 years ago. You didn't do it, Detective Jowd, and of course little Camilla didn't do it either. So the true perpetrator is still out there, and I'm going to prove it. For Camilla's sake. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Detective Jowd. Lynn, where's that music box now? In Temsic Park. Camilla left it there. The gun is important evidence. You better go pick it up. Yes, sir. I'll go right now. I said yes, sir, before she said yes, sir, because I knew she was going to say it. Sizzle, take care of Detective Jowd. Do something about the kidnapping so we can get the minister on our side. And yet again, I say, easy enough for you to say. Detective Cabanella, who's been sitting here the entire time not doing anything. Let's see. What's going on? Deal me the deal, Mr. Death Row inmate. A little change in plans. My daughter has been kidnapped. I can't just go off to die without doing something. But you're in custody, don't forget. Back at the prison, everybody's waiting for you. A special seat just for you, baby. Then I guess we'd better prove my innocence on the double. On the double, is it? You sound so determined, my old friend. I want to save Camilla in more ways than one. That's all there is to it. I see, my old friend, in more ways than one. Dances. Dances aggressively in response. What say you, Mr. Minister? May we have your decision? Should the execution be carried out tonight, as planned? Or should we hold off and wait for this important evidence to come in? The order still stands. Bring the prisoner back immediately and resume its enforcement. The deepest bow. As you wish, Your Excellency. Please don't bow down to me. And especially not that low. In that case, can I give one of your boys a ranger prison van to pick him up? Would you be so kind? Yes, sir! The van should take about 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Your escape tonight was brilliant. Will you show me another miracle in these last few minutes of yours, Mr. Death Row inmate? Glad to see Detective Jowd all fired up now, but I feel like I'm under the gun here. Even if Lynn does come through with the proof of Jowd's innocence, it'll be meaningless if Jowd or Camilla dies. You've got to do something about the kidnapping somehow. Maybe you should ask for some advice from the capable detective here. Most likely the minister won't stop the execution, not as long as there's any small chance his daughter is the one who was kidnapped. But she isn't the one, I'm sure of it. Well, it would be great if we could prove that to the minister. Prove it? How? Doubt his wife is ever going to answer the phone if we call from here. If we call from here, right, but a telephone works in both directions. What are you saying? What I'm saying is only family members can solve a family problem. Hey, Mr. Ghost. Yes? I have to admit, I don't like depending on others, but you're the only one who can change the situation. Gee, Detective, for those past 5 years, Camilla's the only thing that kept me going. I can't go meekly to the chair now. I hate to ask this, but would you mind saving me? I'll try. The key to getting the Justice Minister to stop the execution is his wife and daughter. Let's see. Excuse me, Mr. Minister. I can't hear you! La la la! I'm sure you've heard everything we've been saying. Are you telling me you don't believe any of it? Let me speak plainly. I don't trust you, but there's somebody else whom I trust even less. Oh yeah? Who's that? Me! I can't explain your existence, it's not normal, but I'm pretty abnormal myself. So maybe you're a figment of my imagination, a delusion. Would you listen to a delusion? To be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got the bit about you not trusting me though. Good. No, I don't want to talk to you again. I'm going to test the phone, maybe if I can. I don't think it will work, but... Wait, she's back in the bed. Just as I thought. This little girl's safe in her bed. Cough, cough. Murder, execution, jailbreak, betrayal, and now kidnapping. This last link in the long chain of sad fate. This last link in the long chain of a sad fate lit a fire in Jowd's heart, and the chance to return it all around is right here in this room. I'm getting a strange premonition. Everything that happened so far tonight is related back to me in some way. I bet this mistaken-ridden abduction does too. I do also think that. Whoa, that was a loud click sound. Don't think that's happened any other time. Save. Continue playing? Yes. 12:51 a.m. Chapter 13. I visited the novelist's apartment again. I'm hoping to be able to do something about this mistaken identity kidnapping. As long as there's any possibility that it could be his own daughter who was kidnapped. I doubt the Justice Minister will call off the execution tonight. Yeah, I checked in multiple times and she wasn't there, but she's sick, so I 100% think she was in the bathroom or, getting some water or something. Ah, grape flavor. Smacking me in the face. But, hydrate or dihydrate. The key to dispelling the minister's doubts is now in bed, coughing, and I need to use this key before that prison van arrives to pick up our death row inmate. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Mother approaching. My darling angel, oh, just listen to that cough. You naughty thing. Did you leave your nice warm bed to go out into the night to play? A daughter after my own heart. Ah, so she did go outside. A daughter after my own heart, but I must confess I didn't even notice you were gone. Toasts to her. Toast to that? Okay. I didn't go out to play. I went to buy Papa a birthday present. Aw. That's cute. I figured she went out. I wasn't sure what she went out for, but... Hearing that, I'm like, ah yes, confirmation. Reason she was gone. Smart. He said he wanted a new lighter. But that's no reason to go out this late at night. But my fever finally went down. I could barely move before that. But look what it brought you. Your fever's worse now than ever. Here's to the feverish passion of my darling angel. Girl, what's wrong with you? Mama? Yes, darling. Let's call Papa and wish him a happy birthday, even though it's already past midnight. Not tonight, Emily. I hate you! Looks like this little girl was safe all along. I already knew that, but I'm so relieved all the same. There's another lucky development too. Emily wants to call her father. Now we can just make use of that feeling somehow. That would surely bring the Justice Minister around. Our phone! Emily, I told you you couldn't call him tonight. Why not? Listen to me, Emily. Father's about to make a big mistake. I want him to reconsider. What do you know about it, Mama? He's the one who's the justice minister, you know. All you do is write weird novels. Huh. Her hair just went full bloom. What do you mean weird? How dare you disparage my romantic expressions? Now you've really made me angry. You really have. How do you expect me to forgive such an insult? Throws it on the higher shelf. I hate you! God. There. I'll be keeping my eye on you now, so don't do anything else mischievous, like calling your father. I hate you! I can hear you, you know. No. Whew, what a pair. I don't know what this family issues are, but I do know I have to do something about this, so Emily can call. Better put out the lamp now. Only put oil on the flames of anger in this lady's heart. If I want to give Emily a chance to use the telephone, I have to think of a way to keep her mother out of the way. Interesting. Well, having a good time, are we, little rodent? Sweet dreams. Oh my god! This poor rat! Do you fancy the vintage my whiskered friend? Fucking okay! Fucking Emma, good lord, she took him out! She's more powerful than I thought. Looks like she tipped the wall candelabra to the other side too. The angle of those candles. I get the feeling I've seen something. You've seen it like 4 times now, man. At least 4, because there was the flashback, there was the time you used it, and there was the time with the trap that killed Lynn, man. This poor rat. Oh heavens, a blackout at a critical time like this? Of course, dim lights suit my story of love very well, but I, myself, am not very fond of the dark. This chandelier just nearly missed the back of my head. I love the thrill of romance, but I don't need those kinds of thrills, thank you. God, it always surprises me when... The animation of her cranking it! Ah, what a wonderful atmosphere. Perfect for a clandestine meeting in the dusky twilight. Alright. What a naughty chandelier. Hmm. That was close. Maybe I need to let the fire grow big before I turn it. See if that does anything. Because I hit the button, but I didn't give it very long. There you go. Oh, okay, it doesn't change anything. It just goes back small when it goes to drop. Okay, Alright. So even though she's immersed in love, she can still hear the say, but this won't buy enough time for her daughter to make a phone call. There must be something else I can distract her with. Okay, I can't do anything when this happens. Like, I can turn the crank, but then she comes over and fixes it, and Sissel just sits there. Yummy. Okay, that would be good if the pendulum was on fire. The Lady's Dictionary. Wasn't this on our desk before? The poor thing, destined to never be returned to the bookshelves. Alright, well I think I've messed with everything I'm allowed to mess with here. It's just figuring out what does what. Like, turning this up isn't gonna change anything. Okay. We already know that. Okay. And turning the crank doesn't really do anything for me. Like, it obviously distracts her, but it doesn't let me do anything while she's distracted. So I feel like I have to set something else up before I turn it. But I'm not sure what. Because the clock doesn't do anything. can't get any further in the room. The crank doesn't do anything because she gets startled, but I can't do any ghost tricks. If she needed the dictionary again, that would work, because then if she was heading towards there, I could drop the crank on her. But, which I'm sure is probably part of it, but... Wait. Dang it. Maybe that's it. Okay, hang on. Startle her with this. Okay. Then I'll have a few seconds while she's coming back over. The animation is still so funny to me. Okay. Let's see if I can... Such insolence! Alright, well, that was a step in a direction. Not quite the right step yet, but we're getting there. We're getting warmer. That's why she managed to dodge like that. Who knew she was a dodging champion? I'm starting to get annoyed. Let me try it again. I'll get her this time. Okay, so I have to... Gosh, this animation is fine, but it's also so slow. Okay, I need to time it better. Good to know. There we go. Emily, help me! Mama! Passes out. I'm sorry, Mama, I'm too dizzy. I can't get up. I'm afraid I can't help you right now. There's here is to the weakness of my darling angel. Can I, like, lift her up? That would be funny. She does the arm there tighter than her wedding band. She won't be able to escape on her own. Help! 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 What is going on here? Emily, do you see this? Help me, please! I'm sorry, I'm too sick. I can't get out of bed. My head is spinning, so I guess I'll just have to stay up there spinning too. Looks like this lady won't be going anywhere for a while. Now the little girl can call her father. She didn't look passed out. Only trouble, she can't reach it. I guess I'll have to deliver it to her. That's okay. I kind of understand what to do there. I saw something very similar just recently, didn't I? Yes, I know this, sir. Oh my god. Bonkser. Mama! What in the world is going on here? That's so funny. Oh goody. Excuse me a minute while I call Papa, okay, Mama? I'll only be a minute. Ah, don't you dare, Emily! I won't have it! Swings the rat, swings the rat. Hello, Papa? Emily, is that you? Of course it is, silly. What did you think? But I heard they said you were. Oh. No, never mind, it's nothing. Silly old Papa. Happy birthday, Papa. Birthday. Oh, right. It was my birthday today, wasn't it? I'm sorry we couldn't celebrate tonight, thanks to mean old Mama. Oh, your mean old Mama. I mean, your mother. What is she up to right now? Well, she's certainly up, all right. My stubborn mother is kind of tied up at the moment. Get me down! She needs to be taught a lesson for causing us so much trouble. No, Emily. It's I'm the one who was wrong. Huh? Could you tell your mother I'm sorry? What do you have to be sorry about? I was just about to make a terrible mistake, but it's all right now. Oh. Okay. You're still young. There's a lot I can't tell you right now. The job of a justice minister is very complicated, you see. Okay. But just remember, you're always the most important thing to your mother and me. Huh? Did you do something naughty to your mother? If you did, I want you to apologize. I don't think I did anything. But okay, I'll apologize. That's a good girl. Okay, Papa, have a good night. I love you. I love you too, Emily. Good night, sweetheart. He looks so normal when he's actually not going bananas. Mama? I'm sorry. My goodness, why the sudden change? I guess I was wrong about you. I didn't understand. Oh, Emily. I thought all you ever did was write these weird novels. That makes me a little sad. Papa said the job of justice minister was complicated. Yes, your father's job is very, very complicated and difficult. That's why I couldn't talk to you about most of it. But you're right. I shouldn't treat you like such a little girl anymore. You're growing up after all. And I promise to stop calling your novels weird and try actually reading them. What? Oh, maybe you better wait until you're a little older for that. Okay. So, Emily, if you're feeling a little more charitable towards your old mama, do you think you could let me down? You know, I would love to do that, but I'm just feeling too dizzy and sick right now. Oh. Tonight, on this holiest of nights, the deadline. Looks like the only thing pressing on me will be this chandelier. Here's to Papa and Mama's darling angel. All of a sudden, everybody's getting along again. Such an abrupt change, I can't understand it. Is that what family is all about? In any case, the situation has changed dramatically now. I just hope the mysteries of me can be cleared up as quickly as the furrows of the minister's brow. Yeah, that rat sure was having a time. He was just, like, existing, and then this lady's like, I'm gonna hit you with a wine bottle, and then he got electrocuted, and then she lit him on fire because she was stuck in a chandelier, like, dang. I don't know where Camilla is, but at least now the Justice Minister's doubts are dispelled. I think I'll go back to his office where everybody's waiting for the prisoner van. The minister's family now has their smiles and harmony back, but Camilla is still in the hands of the kidnappers. I decided to go back to the Justice Minister's office. Surprisingly, the minister's brow is still just as furrowed as ever. Quite unlike a father who has just learned his daughter is safe, he seems to still be in the depths of despair. The atmosphere in this room is very different now. It seems to have an air of unfocused anxiety. I get the feeling something big is going to happen. I just found out that my daughter is safe. I'd like to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for my daughter's sake and for mine. Ah, grape sippy. Woo! No need to thank us, Mr. Minister. It was nothing. What did he do? But one question. I can't help but notice your daughter is safe. And yet you still look unhappy. How about a little smile for us? Ugh. Of course, there is still the matter of the other kidnapping victim. But is that really the only thing that troubles you, Mr. Minister? Please, let me think in peace until the prisoner van arrives. Wonder if Lynn is at the park yet. Until we get her report, I guess I just have to wait here. This continued distress of the ministers is there really something more to it, like the inspector in white said? Why don't I check it out? Hey, buddy. Hello, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit I do exist? That thank you I expressed, that was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? And you have the power to control and manipulate people, don't you? No, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you. We've actually known, you know, for quite a while now. But I had no idea they were the powers of the dead, of ghosts. Known about what? We knew about the existence of somebody who could control others, a manipulator. What's this? That's why your execution order caused me so much anguish, Detective Jowd. Mr. Minister, why don't you just tell us everything you know? Yes, I suppose I should. You need to hear it all. All about the huge mistake this foolish man made. There are some cases in this country right now that are under a top-secret investigation. Of course, you wouldn't have known about them, Dr. Jowd. Right, they don't share too much top-secret information with the inmates in prison. There are 3 prisoners, including you, in the special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common. They do they? Tell us more. The rock singer who linked national secrets in his lyrics during a TV broadcast. The curry-loving fellow who took the chief commissioner hostage at the Metro Police Department. Neither of these men had a motive for their crime, and both of their crimes were impossible. Impossible? The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office, and the rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report to me about them. They concluded that these men's criminal acts were not of their own volition. But how could that be? The theory the unit came up with was the existence of a manipulator. Manipulator, huh? So someone who basically has ghost trick powers also. Evil ghost trick powers. Manipulator, huh? That's when the special prison was established as a facility to research that theory. Some unknown power has been at work. These past several years, Inspector Cavanella has been studying these cases. He has he? Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act, according to the inspector. The first case of its kind was a locked room murder involving our nation's best detective. Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory, but unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anyone. But the contraption was controlled by somebody else. It was manipulated. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that, but it is, because that's literally what this whole game has been manipulating people by manipulating the environment to change what they did in those 4 minutes before death. My powers certainly don't work on living creatures. That's what I thought when I first heard the theory too. However, I was seriously mistaken, and it was proved to be a big mistake. What? You mentioned a mistake. Could you tell us about it? I suppose everyone here has the right to know. Alright, fine. I'll speak out so loud so that Inspector Cavanella can hear this too. There's something I'd like the 2 of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cavanella, when you first made that report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. But I was wrong. That kind of power does exist, and I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? A month ago, I signed the order to carry out Detective Jowd's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister. Oh, that's interesting. His little wee kind of like fling to his voice went down from that. Oh, they are controlling his body. What's going on? This document. Oh, he's shaking the same way that Lynn was shaking when she shot Sissel. He's shaking that same way that she was when she shot him, because she missed the first time and then she shot again. Wait, don't deliver that document! Interesting. That's when it started. That's when all of my fear, despair, and suffering began. At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I'd been manipulated. My memory of the event was only hazy at best. Lynn's memory of shooting Sissel was also hazy at best. That's really interesting. I still think that it wasn't actually Sissel, though, but I feel like maybe getting shot was important. Like, getting shot allowed him to, whoever what the Sissel body is, to regain ghost powers or something like that, because they were dead for that time period or something, you know, like something like that maybe. And my memory of the event was only hazy at best. So the memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain, eh? Signing execution orders is part of a justice minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. But the next day it dawned on me. I remembered Inspector Cabanella's report on the existence of a manipulator. That's interesting, because the manipulator clearly has the ability to influence humans, but ghosts can't. But that's okay. Interesting. As a Minister of Justice, I couldn't admit what had happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that I had actually been controlled, so in the end I couldn't admit to anyone what had happened. I suppose, but it sounds like a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. I like this guy. I like this Cabanella because he's been talking a certain way this whole time, where he like extends his A's in his eyes and he's like, "That's right, baby." But now, when this is serious, when this guy's revealing this information, his tone has completely shifted, where he's just like, "You should have told us this." You know, like the way he's talking is so different. It's like, it was a front, wasn't it? It was a front, how you were behaving before. Like, do you even like saying baby? You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know. I should have. I was running away from the problem. And then my wife found out I was worried about something. Well, if you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen. I explained it to her, and she was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order and tell everyone the truth immediately, I'm moving out. And then with kidnapping tonight, with it thrust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping my distance from everyone. So that's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody else besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already knew about a certain desk lamp. What I'm not fine with is the fact that person can control and manipulate living creatures. It's certainly not something I can do. Apparently, different ghosts get different ghost tricks. Sissel is the ghost! But I never imagined that tonight I would find out where this kind of power comes from. Where does it come from? Inspector Cabanella, this manipulator is a ghost, a departed spirit. A spirit? As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking with us right now. What? What did you say? Jow, don't tell me you can hear this ghost too. Shrugs. I can say the only person who can't hear him is you. Spirit, ghost, gods in heaven. Excuse me, Mr. Minister, I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to. I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. God, his tone and... Okay, but he still does a little jaunty walk. Okay. This is Lynn. I'm at the park. We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence? Well, the situation here is kind of difficult to explain. Sissel, if you're there, come to the park immediately. Looks like your help is needed, Sissel. Yeah, I guess so, huh? Trick time. Park time. Lynn calls and I oblige. I take off towards Tempsick Park, the place where clearly something big is taking place. The manipulator, the person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Jowd's crime, the execution orders, and even my own death. Could it be? Could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? Yeah, you come into the same... You know, for somebody who doesn't know so much, where I'm like, how did you not figure this out? We literally looked at the same thing and they literally told us stuff. He sure is able to put this one together without any kind of context like I was, you know? Tempsick Park, the site of the little lady Camilla's abduction tonight, and the place where an important piece of evidence, the music box, was hidden. The chef is just here? Okay. I wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. Dejected. At least she isn't dead. But what did she find? How is she doing that with a leaf? There you go. Huh? What's he doing here? La la la! Let me spend a moment's time with you, my love. The world will not end if the food delivery is a little late. La la la! A little late. It's already ice cold. Ah, this is why all his chicken's always cold whenever it arrives anywhere. There you go. There's a love letter up here. Oh, there you are, Sissel. From your dejected expression, I gather you didn't find what you were looking for? Right, I can't find the music box anywhere. But I found something else instead, something horrible. Horrible? What is it? Is that a body? There in the grass, you'd better see for yourself. It looks like a dead body. I nearly died when I saw it, and I suppose now that we found it, we can't just leave it there, can we? Nope, I suppose not. It's a mascot. Oh, it's that guy! I should have recognized his hair. It's very, distinctively weird. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. You there. You're talking to me, aren't you? I have some leaflets for you. Leaflets I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse it thoroughly. Examine it in detail. Never mind that right now. Do you remember your name? My name. What does my name matter when there are more important things to worry about? Okay. Come now, and study these tracks with me, my brother. Come and learn about the Rock of the Gods with me. Okay, so the Rock of the Gods is gonna be the meteorite, right? Like, the meteorite that fell to Earth that the guy, the super was studying in his, that little lab area that had the interesting technology. Okay. The night is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching, but we are young. Look, I don't have time to get involved in your way of life, but I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back to 4 minutes before your death. Let's go! 4 minutes before death. And so I made up my mind. I resolved to live here in this park and defend it. Okay. And what does that have to do with this Rock of the Gods you mentioned? You still don't appear to understand. It's written quite clearly in this 4th leaflet, in great detail. Excuse me, but I have to use the restroom. Hee! Oh my god, the way he runs! I'm coming! Just hold on! I'll be right there. I've located the target, Beauty! A girl of the right age, coming out of the right apartment building at the right time! Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side! Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me? Hee-hee! Oh gods, what do I do? What should I do? I have to do something. Oh no. Okay, so manipulation just happened there. Wait, is that... Wait, that had to be... Okay, so I know that this isn't really anything that anyone is on the same... Like, we haven't figured out anything yet. But I was talking to, my roommate, Bree, last night. And we were talking about Ghost Trick, actually. Because I was talking about some of my theories and stuff. And, I think I had talked about how I was like, I feel like because Missile was trying to get out of the apartment, but we haven't seen him since. But also because we can't go back to the apartment because we're not allowed to see that he's still trying to get out. I feel like he did manage to get out, but he's not with Camilla, obviously. So I wonder if something happened to him and now he has ghost powers too, and he can go back and change things. So he saved Camilla from dying. So I'm wondering if... So this could be the manipulator, but the manipulator so far that we know has only manipulated people. So it could be a different kind of ghost. So it could be like Missile using the same powers that Sissel showed. That's so confusing. That Sissel has shown that is possible to save Camilla without really realizing there's that other guy in the bushes over there. He was so caught up in the euphoria of saving Camilla that for a moment he lived in a world where that weird guy just exists. What in the world? What just happened? Oh, that's Mino. Mino the mascot, the symbol of Temsic Park. Forget about the name of that big creepy lump of concrete. Talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that? Yes! Yes, I did! We witnessed it with our own eyes. The power of the Rock of the Gods. That was the power of the gods. The power of the gods saved that little girl. And then that same power very deliberately crushed you instead? Yes, precisely. That is called the mischief of the gods. Is it the mischief of the gods, or was it a ghost trick? But it couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy midair. But wait a minute. What if there was someone with much greater powers than me? I guess it could be the manipulator still, because I did say that the manipulator might have changed the, I did say that the manipulator might have changed the outcome of, with getting Lynn killed in the basement in Supra's office. So I guess it could still be that they can affect, physical objects. They can also just affect people, too, or something. And that wouldn't be too crazy, if they have, like, a lot of power for whatever reason. Maybe I was right, am I theorizing about how the meteorite might have something to do with, like, giving powers, because, you know, that's kind of a thing in the more, classic games like this, is, like, you know, oh, you touch radioactive waste and now you have superpowers, you know, like kind of thing. So like I could see them doing that with the meteorite where it gives you some kind of power. So if that's the case, maybe the meteorite strengthens the ghost powers, or maybe it gives them to begin with, and the reason Sissel is special is because he also has some. I don't know, but it is interesting. I still think Missile has something to do with stuff, because there's no way he'd be like introduced, be able to communicate, and then not become some level of important, you know? Like everyone so far has kind of tied away from the plot and then somehow looped back in, especially when they have a name. Like I don't know if the green and the blue detective are gonna have anything to do with anything, because they kind of like showed up, were like, hey, and then they vanished again. So they might not, and most of the guards I feel like aren't going to super have an important role, except maybe, like, we already kind of saw an important role with Bailey and the other guy, where they gave us information and stuff. So I feel like Missile still might have a part to play in the story, but I'm not sure what it would be yet. But I feel like everyone else so far who's been named especially has some kind of role to play. So I feel like Missile's story isn't done yet, especially with us telling him to follow his own path. I super do imagine that he saved Camilla, but I don't know if this is, you know, him saving Camilla, or a manipulator destroying the guy who has the music box, which is the evidence to exonerate Jowd or not, you know, so it's interesting. Alright, what can we do? Look at that, there's another flame beside mine. Ooh, so that is the flame of a god, is it? Oh, hold on, your spirit is a flame too, isn't it? Yeah, so? Pardon me, but are you a god? I sincerely doubt it. At the last minute, that big lump of concrete made a huge swing to one side. That's probably that flame's doing. Who could it be? I definitely believe it's either a god or somebody god-related. Maybe I'd better try talking to that person. Is it gonna be Missile? Would it be funny if it's Missile? It would be funny if it's Missile. This person with much greater powers than me. It's you? Hey! I knew it! I called it! It was Missile! Sissel! Oh my, it's Missile! You look well for being dead. Did you see? Did you see what I did? I did it! I tried really hard and I did it! I saved Miss Camilla! Are you telling me I was done in by a puppy dog? Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead? I'm glad you asked. After Miss Camilla went off and you left... I knew Missile was gonna have a moment. I knew it. That's so funny. I worked like crazy to make my own path, and I did it! Oh no. Oh, okay. It's like this dog... the other day when I played, and I was like, this dog destroyed their like, you know, brained themselves on the door from hitting it too often. I was so afraid that was gonna be the case. And then I followed Miss Camilla out here in the big wide world. Bark, bark, and then, here at this park, I found her at last. Yes, you guessed it, I barked. You bet I did, and I went running after her, too. Rude ass. He ran over the dog. And then I guess I died, and then I was unconscious for a little while. When I came to, it was all over. Poor, poor Miss Camilla, crushed under the big scary lump. What have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me. Miss Camilla! I had to rescue Miss Camilla. It was up to me. I cried out from the depths of my heart, and then... That's something. I can't tell you how surprised I was, but I bet you understand, right? Better than probably anyone else could. And I remembered what you did, how you saved me. So, you went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death? You bet I did. Okay, so it went to Missile's death, where it was a spirit, and you can see something is in the ground emanating something that looked exactly like the same emanation from Sissel, the corpse in the in the junkyard. Sorry, I was like, what place was it again? Location? Hi, Josie. That's really interesting. So I'm wondering if something about being exposed to whatever that like radiation is what kind of gives you that power. Like, I still don't think Sissel is the human, because I feel like there had to be a reason we were shown that they could take on the wrong form if they made the wrong assumption. And the cat was nearby the guy in the like in the death, because like when he died upstairs, it was said that he knocked over the reason the guy was knocked back down into the lower area and fell on the couch is because the cat opened the briefcase and knocked him down there. So the cat was obviously nearby the dead body, and the dead body could have had something to do with whatever the hell that is. I feel like it had to be the meteorite or something, right? Because like the meteorite would be giving off radiation. It's like they're doing the classic stuff like I was talking about. But it might be something else. But it's just like they've mentioned a meteorite specifically, so I'm like, that has to be important somehow, right? So like I could see that. You bet I did. Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. Now's my chance, I thought. I saw the core. I don't know, it looks pretty far. I stretched out my paw towards the core. Oh, I felt that moment. I'd love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Sissel, and try it for yourself. Oh my god. Missile has like long range jumps. I can't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance? Well, they don't call me Missile for nothing. And then you manipulated that Mino thing and threw it aside? Right on top of my head. Well, no actually. Huh? I can't manipulate things like you can, Sissel. You can't? Then how did you... I don't know. I didn't know what to do. Then I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye, and it had a core too. A single leaf hanging from the tree. Oh, so he can switch locations, I bet. So, I'm willing to bet that Missile's ability is to switch the location of, like, one core with another core or something like that. What in the world? I can't manipulate things, but apparently I can swap them. As long as the two things have the same shape, that is. Just swap things with the same shape. Go ahead and try it. Press swap. That's incredible. So that's how you saved your mistress, is it? And that's how I became caught up in this, isn't it? I'm very sorry! The powers were too meager. Meager? Because you see, I saw one more. I happened to notice one more core. There was something with the exact same shape stuck in the branches of the tree. And you're right, Mino could be swapped again with that, and disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head. But what is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf. It's a football. Whatever it is, I'd much prefer it on my head than Mino. So why didn't you swap them, Sissel? I couldn't. I can stretch my paw a little further than you can, Sissel. But this was just too far for me. I couldn't reach. Destroys this man. I must admit, it's a fascinating spectacle of a death if I do say so myself. One moment, checking something real quick. Closing that. Oh. Very cool. Alright, upgraded everything. Back to opening this. Alright. I must admit, it's a fascinating spectacle of a death, if I do say so myself. I keep retrying over and over to see if it was anything I could do. I bet there's something you can do now. Huh? We work together, you and me. Cecil, you think so? I don't plan on letting anyone die in front of me tonight. You think you could help me? Of course! Naturally. So we're going to drop that Mino thing in a different spot. Okay, let's try it. Let's go back again before. That's cool though. So different ghosts have different powers, but it all seems like they've been hit by the thing. Hang on. Of it. There you go. Let's see. Thing about it. It's been fun theorizing. Go. Alright, let's get started. 4 minutes from now, you'll swap Mino with the leaf. And then you'll have to swap Mino with something else. Something with the same shape. Oh, I believe that's a rugby ball. Oh, okay, rugby ball, huh? With the rugby ball where it is now, Missile can't reach it, so that means I have to move it closer somehow. It looks like you and I will have to work together on this one, Missile. Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want me to use my swap trick, just press RT. That way you'll be able to control me, and then if you press RT, control will come back to me. Okay, let's try it. Together we can stop Mino from hurting anybody. Oh, thank you. Well, would you look at that? There's sure a whole lot of round things around here. Oh boy! That means it's time for me, right? Oh boy! My hair is also round. Let's see if you use Missile's powers just tap RT. I'll try and see what happens. Oh, okay, I'm stuck here now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Missile's got some crazy reach. Both of these for me? I got confused. Look at this funny flattened ball. That's the same shape as that horrible Mino, but it's too far to swap from here. Even this ball is starting to look horrible to me. We have to find a way to get this ball closer to that Mino thing. Knock it down from the tree, I say. It must be something we can do. Whew, here you come already. I swear to myself not to repeat my mistakes. When somebody's in trouble, you should lend them a hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. And now the recklessness of youth have taken over, giving me lightning-fast speed. I've been thinking. If we could stop this man from running, maybe he wouldn't get squished. It won't easily stop me once the recklessness of youth takes over. Stop him, eh? Alright, let's see. Swap. I'm not strong enough. No, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry. Just a man fast enough to scare even a quick little doggy like me. Oh, the rugby ball slim treat. How behold the recklessness of youth. Yeah, it's that recklessness of yours that's causing us so much trouble. No one can stop the recklessness of youth. Well, if we can't stop it, then I guess we're gonna have to find a way to make it work for us. But if he's coming running too fast, we won't have time to get ready. Looks like figuring out what to do with recklessness is the key. I don't want to talk. I want to, get on there. Come on. Maybe I need to... There you go. It's too heavy, the seesaw won't budge. Maybe because of that swap I made? I guess the little ball is all about all the weight it can handle. I wonder if he'll, Okay, that won't matter. Alright, Missile. Your powers are the key this time. Okay, I'm ready. You can swap anything that has the same shape. Just call me if you find anything you want to try. Probably the best thing to do is just try a bunch of things and see how it goes. And if I see something we can swap, I should use our team. Okay. Well, would you look at that? I already know this. Let's see how this goes. Okay, the tire doesn't make any difference for him. What do you think of my lightning fast pace? I wish you'd knock it off, that's what I think. We don't have time to prepare. You're gonna have to find a way to stop him from running. The seesaw, the swing, those things, precisely. Except there's one more piece of equipment to be exact. Stop him with the equipment, eh? Maybe I should rethink things here. The trash can is the swing. That is something. Alright. Yeah, Jowd could be swapped for a basketball any day if he gets on his knees. Alright, so there's the swing, the seesaw. No, I don't want to reset the clock. I'm just bad at clicking buttons. No. Alright, one moment. I need to get a pillow. My back is starting to hurt. Oop. There you go. Steals your cable. Steals your cable. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Can't reach that. Eek. Okay. So I can't get to the swing. Not that it matters because he's not on the swing anymore. This one's definitely tough. Alright. Oh, would you look at that? There sure are a lot of things around here. Yes, we know this. I've already done this. Switch. Switch. Come on. There wasn't anything over there, I think. Dang it, I'm hitting the wrong button. Oh, that was so close. If it hit the ball, it could have knocked it down. Don't forget about my recklessness of youth. Okay. I think I might have just gotten missile stuck. Yeah, I think I did. Oops. Alright. I think... Gosh dang it. I didn't see this coming. Don't you know the first thing about the globe climber, huh? Even little children treat it with the respect it deserves. They know that unless you spin it gently, there's no stopping it. Yeah, it does look pretty dangerous. Looks like I'm just destined to fly through the air like this for a while. This just might buy us some time. Maybe I'll just keep spinning around like that for 4 minutes. Sorry, but I don't think I would stand for it that long. But anyway, at least we stopped him from running for a while. Let's see what we can do while we have this chance. Not quite long enough. Yeah, we've seen the ball before. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything around here that the umbrella can switch for. Alright, well we didn't get a fate changed yet, so there's gotta be something we can do. Besides just keep spinning him. Alright, I don't think there's anything over there I can mess with. Yeah, right? Like, can I just keep spinning Mino until he, like, flies off or something? If he could fly off, that would be helpful. Oh, what if we... Let's go switch up there. I'm not sure how helpful that would be, but... I mean, this is the point, isn't it? To just keep trying things until something works. Let's find out. You bet. Bonk. Yay, figured it out. There, how's that? My head has been spared. Truly, that was a try worthy of the gods. And now, Mino is right where he belongs. We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? Now nobody has to die, except for one brave little somebody. Huh? I'm talking about you, Missile. Oh, me? I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I? So now let's go back and save your life. Wait a minute. What is it? Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer. What? When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect Miss Camilla, and to do that, I need these powers I have now. I see. Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that. Hey, we just saved you. Don't wish your life away already. Oh, of course, you're right. Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her? Certainly, you have my word. Let's go back then, to the present! And so Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry, I wish there was something else we could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's alright. After all, she has me! Missile, are you in there? Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me. I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her. Missile. Eee! Loses Missile. Miss Lynn! Oh no! Goodbye, Missile! I'm going to leave it up to Missile. Oh, we're just gonna let him go then. It kind of looks like Missile's being left up to the wind. Yeah, that's that's more accurate, I think. Ooh. Oh my god. He's also extra. I love him. I have something to give you. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the rock of the gods. Aren't you forgetting your promise? Oh, pardon me, pardon me. My apologies. This is for you. Oh. You kept the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you. Not at all. I was only doing what the rock of the gods would have wanted. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? He's mesmerized by my beauty. Okay, Lynn. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue. Excuse me. But are you? No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you that little girl from that time? Okay, so this guy knows something also about the shooting, which means this is like the third time it's been alluded to, which means it's gonna be a linchpin in the story. It has to be important. Which makes me think that, which makes me still think that it has something to do with Sissel's, form. Like, Sissel the guy. Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park. 10 years ago? Are you talking about... Do I have to, like, talk to them? Here in this park, the gods surely controlled fate. Today, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If that isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it? Could just be coincidence, but apparently you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us what happened 10 years ago? I'm still willing to bet it's gonna be something like this guy, Sissel, like the guy who looks like I swear I feel in my bones that this is not what Sissel's supposed to look like, and our character isn't actually Sissel in the sense of being this guy. And I swear he's somehow tied to the shooting, because why haven't they shown us what happened in that scene the other 2 times they've talked about it? And whoever the perpetrator was, if it's not going to be important. And Jowd was still drawing him, so I feel like Jowd was drawing him because he's somehow related to everything, like he has his regrets or something. But I feel like he's somehow related to it, and maybe when whatever happens, like he gets shot or whatever, we saw Missile was laying in that crater, and then suddenly, like, there was all, like, that ghosty powers coming out of the ground, so maybe if Jowd shot the guy, and he died in the, park, then, that's where he got his ghost powers and became the manipulator from, or something. But I feel deeply in my bones that the guy who held Lynn up was this guy, like was the guy who Sissel thinks he is, because he saw the body. Which is why Jowd thinks about him, and then also why we haven't actually seen the perpetrator, because like every other scene it's shown a flashback and we've seen something, but this scene has only been talked about and we haven't seen anything from, so it has to be important that they haven't shown us any details, which probably means there's a specific reason which is probably that if they did show us, it would spoil things that they wanted to keep a surprise and a twist. Can you tell us anything about it? About what happened 10 years ago? Yes, of course. I was actually just about to do that. Rock of the Gods. What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning? Don't you know? It's right there in front of us. Missile. Wait a minute, you say GODS, but do you mean DOGS? Of course not, don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You're standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a look at that monument. Monument? Rock of the Gods, Temsic Park. The Rock of the Gods. The meteorite, the rock is buried in the ground right here. It's been there for these 10 years. Ever since that day, it flew down from the massive heavens and showed us a miracle. A miracle? So this rock you've been talking about is a meteorite? Precisely! It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Me? I'm sorry, I should hit the button, but my brain is just like, why would he think Lynn would know about it? And then my thought process is, you know, like, Detective Jowd, when he was talking about how he shot the guy, he was talking about how his brain said, yes, I want to shoot, and then he's like, and then just like that, it's over, like with a boom. And she talks about how she wasn't seeing anything. The next thing she knows is like, so what if the guy just got killed because she got hit with the meteor? He just got hit with the meteor, died on impact. Jowd thinks he shot him. Lynn just doesn't know what happened. She just thinks Jowd shot him to protect her, so he's a hero. But this guy just got hit with a rock. And then now he has ghost powers and he's evil now. That day, I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl. Eee! Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. I peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. Yeah, gee, it's awfully weird how Lynn and Jowd are visible, but the person who we're not supposed to see is not only not visible, but also his head is obscured, so he can't see what his hair looks like. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but I couldn't move. The tension was so thick it was painful. Just when I couldn't stand it any longer, that's when it happened. The sky... Is it actually going to be he got killed with the meteor? That would be really funny if that's what happened, actually. That's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. That looks more like a sepia color, sir. I think you might need to go get your eyes checked, because that's like definitely browns. And this, like I think you might have color blindness of the flashback filter kind, maybe. So when it crashed into the ground, the meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments, and then I saw it. One of those beautiful fragments pierced into the criminal's back. So Jowd didn't shoot him. The judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. "10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the Rock of the Gods." Why? I can't believe it. The Rock of the Gods was given the name Temsic. So Temsic Park because the meteorite fell in the park. And the guys, in the very beginning, the nearsighted Jigo was talking about they needed to eliminate all the Temsic. So I'm wondering if that means that people who've been touched by one of the shards from the meteorite gained powers, like the ghost powers. when they die, and so eliminating the Temsic was more about killing everyone who got powers from the meteorite. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Phantom. The Rock of the Gods was given the name Temsic, and still today it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth. I never knew about this Temsic. I always thought Detective Jowd was the one who saved me. You were very young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course he wouldn't remember. But that's funny. A huge incident like this should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news and I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Temsic after the name of this park that it fell in, and then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now, an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning the park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day, so I've taken up residence in this park, and I'm trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission. I see. I mean, he still did save you, you know. Maybe he didn't shoot somebody to save you, but he still did. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So, 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that, but Detective Jowd, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Temsic thing, and if he knew, and the man died, I took his life. What was that confession of his all about? Maybe he blames himself, because it sounded like, so what it sounded like was that guy was on the run from the police, and he ran into the park to get away from them, because like even when he's being held at gunpoint, he doesn't sound like aggressive about it. He's like, stay back. So maybe he was targeted unfairly or something, like for whatever reason. Maybe he was targeted and he wasn't supposed to be, because he sounded really nervous about being targeted. So maybe he like wasn't supposed to be and he ran for it, and so because Jowd gave chase, he ended up in the park. So that's why Jowd blames himself, in a sense, is because like I mean I'm talking like it's clearly like Sissel, because I'm so sure that Sissel is the one who was shooting, because like, you know, like there's no way that they wouldn't have shown the face yet, unless it was important. And I feel like obscuring the head part is to hide the fact that his hair is Sissel's hair, which is like a giant banana on his head, so it'd be very distinctive, and like even in a silhouette. I mean, all of them are kind of distinctive in a silhouette, but you know, Sissel definitely takes the cake on that one. So maybe Sissel's body, like whoever Sissel is, the human version of Sissel that was alive before, is considered like was here and got killed or something. But that was 10 years ago, so that might be weird. I'm not sure, but I feel like it has to be him, right? Like it feels like it would be something with that guy, and the reason he feels the reason that Jowd feels responsible is because he chased him into the park, and then the guy held Lynn at gunpoint out of desperation, and then he ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time with a meteorite hitting him. The only thing I'm not sure about is if he died that day, why Sissel's body would still be moving around. But the thing is, we know that... Okay, wait, I think I got it. Because when Sissel tries to take over the body and move it around, because it has the empty space in it, of core, he tries to move it around, but he can't, because he can't control inanimate, he can't control what was once alive. He doesn't have the ability to do so. So he can't take over the body, because it wasn't an inanimate object. But the thing is, this manipulator character, or Sissel potentially, can move bodies. We've seen that. He moves what's her name? He moves Lynn potentially, very likely. I'm pretty positive, and he moves the minister. Um, so like, if he can move those guys, then he could probably make a body move. So even if he got killed that day, he would still be able to move, and it would actually make sense if he was the body, because the body was giving off the same glow effects as the rock in the ground was over Missile. So if he got hit directly with a piece of it, then and he got those abilities, then he might have been a ghost this whole time piloting that body. But he's so he has control of it because it's a living thing which he can manipulate. Um, and that's why it's glowing, is because it's the piece of the meteorite inside the body that's still there. Okay. I'm taking off my tinfoil hat again. Um, the rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples of a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I wanted to ask Detective Jowd. We found the music box, Detective Jowd. Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. Once everything has been resolved, I had wanted to give this to him. Him? You mean Inspector Cabanella, right? I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me. Detective Jowd. Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack doing it, you know? Oh yeah, the ever so subtle hand movements of ripping it apart to open it. Forgot about that special move. Calls that a knack? Looks more like brute strength to me. Don't handle it with your hands! Sir, you're not even wearing gloves, you fool! You should find scorch marks on the grip. Scorch marks? When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's a kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears. Why would little Camilla use something like that? I don't know. Maybe because she's a detective's daughter, not leaving any evidence behind and all that. In the case report, there was mention of some scorch marks. Oh, I thought he just shot Jowd by accident. I was like, oh no. When it happened, Camilla was watching from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. If you remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too, and those marks should match up with the ones on the gun. In other words, it proves the contraption existed in that room that day. And it didn't work the way your little girl intended, is that right? Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. But that angle was never brought up in court, and so as Justice Minister must call off the execution at this point. I knew I was right. It was a Detective Jowd. Now he can finally prove that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of the little girl from 10 years ago. Sissel, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now, without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. But things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives and got involved in their fates. And the only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. But things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow. I just know it. And that's why I need to ask you a few more questions in order to find the truth about us. Fair enough. Fire away. Sizzle told me all about it, to Detective Jowd, about the manipulator. Yes, and it looks like this manipulator really did a number on the minister, too. Please, don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Ooh. Sissel, do you think that's what happened to me, too? What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated, too? There's always a part of me that just couldn't believe it. That image of the one who shot me. But now I see the possibility of a new explanation. But who is it? And why did they do it? That contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it? That's right. Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from some... Yeah, you got shot by it! You got shot by it in the base of the supers! No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of that machine. Right? I knew it. See, Detective Jowd? No, I'm afraid I don't see. I told Detective Jowd about it. Told him about seeing the exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place. It's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town? I never even heard of such a place. What's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption. You haven't? That old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he? Detective Jowd, you must have heard this name before. Temsic. A meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I hear that meteorite saved little Lynn's life. That's right. Couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day. But in that case, I don't get it. If it's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal someone's life away? What are you talking about? Detective Jowd, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you. What? But it was the meteorite. I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away, no question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. And at that point, I was already a murderer. You're not... Thinking about shooting somebody doesn't automatically brand you a murderer. Just saying. That's not true. You were trying to save me. Lynn, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it. Huh? On that day, 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place. Another place? Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped. Wow, I didn't know about that. I happened to be there, in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there! I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was young and green, detective brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and I got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault. Detective Jowd. All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Lynn. So the man who grabbed me died that day. These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. It was Sissel! And then a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, my punishment for what I'd done. I painted pictures of myself, nothing but portraits of people's faces. All the faces of many people I'd met in my life and I didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face. The face of the man of the face of the man in the park that day. I knew it! I knew it! I know things! I'm so smart! Wait, just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time? That's right. The face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole. The man who was pronounced dead at the scene. But hold on, Detective Jowd. That can't be true. I just met Cecil for the first time tonight. He died right in front of me. By the way, the name that I know the man by in the park that day by isn't Cecil. What? From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy? I... You know, yesterday when I was talking to you, I was joking about the guy having a twin. I was speaking to my roommate, sorry. But, I was talking about the idea that, like, Cecil had a twin. I still think my suspicion, my theory, is that Cecil is, not the man. Cecil was the cat in the briefcase, that when the cat opened the briefcase, he fell off, the thing. But the only confusing part about that is that the fact that the cat is still alive. I think that's the biggest weirdness of it. So him being alive is weird, because he's a ghost right now. But I do think that it would make more sense, like, why the cat has been shown multiple times but hasn't come up again. The cat's name, obviously, because I did spoil that one piece of information for myself by seeing the name of the cat when I was searching for an image of it to do an inspired piece of my character for. So that kind of spoiled me to the idea that the cat is related to Cecil somehow, as I've said in previous videos. But I think But I did genuinely was just joking about him having a twin brother who was evil. Now, I don't think that's the case now, because the fact that the body was radiating the same energy as that meteorite, it would make sense that if he got killed with the meteorite, there would be a piece of the meteorite radiating that energy from inside the body, and then Cecil died in that area, like, protagonist Cecil died in the area, then protagonist Cecil would have abilities because of being exposed to the meteorite at least a little bit, you know? And it would make sense because Missile is so much stronger in a way. If perhaps Missile was able to is so strong because of dying so close to, like, the main piece of meteorite, whereas if Cecil died in the junkyard near the body with the emanating powers, like, it would probably, if it's a shard of it, it's a lot smaller, you know? So, I do find it interesting, though. But I did joke last night with my roommate that, Cecil had a twin. So it's very interesting to hear that they have a different name. Yeah, so I was, like, thinking about that. I do think, though, that it is definitely, Cecil is also the person from the park and has been manipulating the body or something to keep it functional or something, like keeping it alive basically by manipulating the body itself, which is why when Lynn starts to shoot at him, Lynn has to jump over to like he's leaning against the gate and not moving. He might have exited the body at that point and kind of posed it for the camera almost, and then shot at Lynn at that point, or Lynn shot at him after being manipulated at that point, despite her best efforts not to, and then but that also the glowing emanation from him. It's like even if he was his twin, he wouldn't like magically be like, oh, twin powers activate, because we can sometimes think and say similar things, and that also means somehow I'm irradiated by meteors because my twin did. Like, that's not how that works. So it's definitely I'm so positive the person who got killed in the park was Cecil, and then Cecil now has the energy radiating off of him that in the beginning you see radiating off of Cecil's body, because there's a meteorite piece in it, because it was the guy in the park who got killed by the meteor shard hitting him after the meteor hit stuff in the ground. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. Mr. Minister, Inspector Cabanella, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand. What? Demand? Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage. What are you talking about, Inspector Cabanella? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted. Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life, even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately, and we'll wait for your call. Oh, and then wait for our call. What is it, Mr. Minister? You look paler than ever. What in the world? What's going on? Inspector Cabanella! The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow even longer, ever longer. Inspector Cabanella's call proved that to us. And the greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? Who am I? I'm even further from knowing that than when I started. Save. Continue. I wonder if there's any extra achievements for this game. Like, let's see. I'm just curious. I'm not gonna take more than a few seconds, but I'm just curious. Library. Okay, yeah, I think there's 18 chapters total. It doesn't say anything about them, it just says clear 15, 16, 17, and then the last one is cleared ghost trick. Okay. There's some extra achievements here, but they're mainly like stuff with like specifically instances of failing, I guess. Interesting. 10 years ago, a man named Cecil took a little girl named Lynn hostage, and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Cecil met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. I think it's oh, okay, see this I think this proves it. This proves it because he jumps back over and he sees his body, because the manipulator is repiloting the body because he can control living people. So he's repiloting the body that he jumped out of to do the stuff to like control Lynn with. He's back in the body now. I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith. Finally. Cecil, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you. Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up. I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. Oh, so he made the deal to do that. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain? We can talk about that when we get together. This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil. Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep, but I know it's always been darkest before the dawn. Slams fist on the ground. I was right! Yes. We're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Smack. Yes, we're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. Grapes. Oh, is this a submarine? Oh my god. Oh, interesting. That seems like it'll be important later, with all those guys walking back and forth. Nice try, Inspector Cavanella. But you could never stop me. I knew he'd be the antagonist. See ya, sucker. So, the submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me. Right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm going to find my answers, I can't run away from it. Let's go! I'm worried about the future. Ain't fucking with that past shit, baby. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. Now, see, that makes more sense to me. Because I was like, I felt like he was putting on a front the whole time. Well, I just didn't feel that the whole time. I later decided that he was putting on a front and that he had been using that front the whole time. I should clarify. When he was first doing it, I was like, nobody says baby that much. But now I'm like, he only says baby to trick you. Yeah. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Yes, because you're dead. I know it now. I'm so sure you're a dead guy. Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life. Have you forgotten that? Wrong. I was murdered by all of you. Did he just like... Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he must not feel anything with his body, because he's puppeting it. Like I said already, because I'm so smart, I figured this out. But he was just, when he slams his hand down, he slams it on the tea kettle, and he's burning it, but he doesn't care, because he can't feel it. Which is why he's like, how does it feel to have broken bones? That's very interesting. Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there when I was where I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I would have thought of taking a hostage. Oh yeah, it's her fault for existing. Okay. That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally you, Inspector Cavanella. Me? If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Someone can't take responsibility for their own actions, huh? You were so proud of your spotless record, and my case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth, me and Detective Jowd. Ugh. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are. I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Oh my god, the way the arm was sitting was so fascinating. Yeah, you can't kill him. He's already dead! Ye gods! Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. Oh, that's really interesting. He can, I'm so positive that he is definitely dead doing shit, because I think, when he was over by the, when he's on the step stool, he's fallen on there and he's, like, crumpled up, but then the step stool moves like it's being manipulated, and then he gets back up after that, and then he sits there, and he's just standing there perfectly still as the lamp swings around and smacks the gun, and then he catches it. So I think he's manipulating objects and people, and specifically this body, which he's controlling because it's his body that he is dead and piloting because he can control living things. This was another condition of my deal, to wipe out everybody who knew about Temsic. Temsic the meteor, okay, because the meteor is what gave him his powers. Okay. I think I got this. I think I know what's going on, to some degree. Not sure what about those assassins, but it seems like clearly that he's the one, you know. And Card charges that. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey, man. Mind telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanela, he's awake. My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanela character who just got shot is me? That's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Sissel guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, do your thing, baby. Sir, you don't have to fake it with me. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? No. It's a good boy. Gee, a Hashatra is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. So are you a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks. Powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you'd better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. You're right, I better be careful. The top of this bookshelf is lined with books. This one on the top is balanced so precariously it's a wonder it doesn't fall off. How does this old pigeon guy even reach up here? I wonder if he makes his pigeon fetch it for him. What's going on? I've never seen the ghost world like this. So you're here, are you? He sensed my presence. I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? I don't know why you're wearing my face, but you might as well give up now. I control everything. Damn it! Everything, including the life of this police inspector in white. Wait, don't shoot! Damn. This other me knows the powers of the dead well. Who wouldn't notice what you just did? You're practically shouting, "Look at me, baby!" It looks like it might be hard to save you under these circumstances. I guess I can't use my powers right in front of him like that. I mean, yeah, I thought so. I just wanted to see what would happen if I did, if I'm honest. I just wanted to see what he would say if I, like, did something like that. There really isn't much I can do yet. Oh gosh, what happened? What in the world happened here? I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying here. What? Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I tell you there was a very important life, valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. No, it's the pigeon guy. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. Birdie! I knew it was the bird guy. Hey, come to think of it, where's that old pigeon guy? This is some kind of device. Very astute observation. Sorry, my memory isn't working. Yeah, mine isn't working too well right now either. I do remember seeing somebody use this equipment, though. It's too heavy, I can't budge it. Not surprising, what with the amount of rubble on top of it. There appears to be a death buried underneath that rubble. Please help that person. Yeah, I was gonna. Just wanted to see if I could do anything about the door first. Excuse me. Are you awake? Of course. I never sleep during work hours. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things. But never mind that. Cabanella, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you, pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death in order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanella. But if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead. How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. Don't be daft. I can't leave now. It's completely dead, just as I thought. But just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it... He's not dead, he's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit. Huh, ridiculous. So you figured it all out, huh? You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanella. So it's really true, you're... I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. The shell, people, just like I controlled the Justice Minister and Lynn. So it's true, you were manipulating my baby that time. You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence, you know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. So suffer, just like Dowd did. That makes sense to me. That makes sense as a motivation. Especially if his whole thing is revenge on everyone who wronged him and he thought she actually did something to wrong him. Now then, Professor, I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you. Oh yeah? So why don't you live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight, but before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time the thing will work the way it was meant to. It'll all be over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Oh no! Boom! Explosion! Professor, look out! Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared? I knew the doctor had to be into it somehow because he had the same like skin tone as all the other assassins did. That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. I wasn't going to let that happen, baby. You saw through their plan, eh? I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining the body. He knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. Thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn. And I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me that night. He said that spirits cease to exist when day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back even further into the past. Maybe it has something to do with, like, possessing a body. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough. Then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say, and most likely impossible to boot. A huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. Well, what do you propose then, Prof? Pray tell. Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say, sheesh, what's with all these people? Anywho, jump in there and do something! Don't be daft. Alright. He's completely dead, just as I thought. I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his power. We've already experienced this. They've already said it before. I can't mess with anything in here. Except this. So do I have to wait all the way until the... Sissel. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. Where are you? Find me. Before I'm carried away. It's the frail sounding call for help. He's here somewhere. A friend of yours? Yep, a little guy that looks like a little fragile but strength that surprise you. Well, he's asking you to find him. And before he's carried away, no less. I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him? Can't go anywhere. So the door doesn't open in the right direction. Dang. I was really hoping that would be the, Alright. Alright, so the door doesn't open downwards. Rants! I wonder if I'll be able to open it. I mean, I'm sure it won't do anything, but... Damn it. Professor, get off of it with your heavy feet! Okay, no, I don't think I can do anything about that. That would be the easiest way to do anything. Thought, just how he just thought he'd blow me up. That's what he thought. Oops, that was my bad. There aren't a whole lot of things I can use my tricks on in this room. I'll be leaving this. What in the world is this thing? This device has a meteorite data entered into it. It detects toxic radiations and responds. Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing? Guess sometimes it's important not to think too much about things. What a sorry pair. As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby. Yeah, I know perhaps about it. I know. You know, there aren't a whole lot of things I can use ghost tricks on in here. It's like it's all over. Unless I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here. Sissel. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. Where are you? Find me. Before I'm carried away. So that frail sounding call for help. He's here somewhere. Friend of yours? Yep. I bet maybe he's in the cake? But I can't really get over there. Yeah, I literally can do nothing with anything that's in the immediate area. Maybe I have to go. I can't go further or back. Crap. What am I supposed to do? feel like I missed something. Sissel, there he is again. Farewell. Sounds like your little pal was carried away. Where was he? Maybe you should have tried to find him somehow. Maybe you should have looked around, you know, from corner to corner, baby. Now what? Maybe you should start over? Probably, but like, where the heck? Oh, I think I actually did see him up in the top left corner, right? No, that's a paint can. Never mind. Well, does it even matter where he's at? Because I can't... I can't go anywhere anyway. A door that opens downward. We don't have one. Yeah. I'm sure it's like something I'm missing, and but it's very frustrating because it's like usually I don't get too bothered, but there's only like 4 things to do here, so it's not oh, you're doing the wrong thing. It's there just is no right answer, you know. I don't, or there's like so little that you can actually control. I might take a small hint from you, Phantom, because I don't want to get stuck here for too long. But at least a next step might be nice, because I'm really I don't have the reach to go very far, so I can't like get to any of the other blue dots except like these 4. So it makes it very difficult to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I've already heard this. Oh, there he is. Oh! Okay. I needed to find Missile. Okay. So you're really going there? No, that's okay, never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course! Here, let me come join you. Okay. So I had to just, when I heard it, I had to look around and find him. Okay. Okay, here I'm Sissel. Maybe now things will flow in a new direction. Even though the flow of the sewers is a little bit stinky. Yay! What can Sissel? What can you do? Squeakies are making a fuss about something. Sissel, my enemy instincts are starting to surface. You mean you want to chase them? I think you have to be alive to do that. Must be some kind of rat feast in that trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. Bigger commotion, eh? Oh, hello! Now that's what I call some proper commotion, making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a little like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold back my wild instincts. A dangerous bunch. Okay, let's stop that explosion. Oh, no, we can't do that. Okay, let's take care of that man in red then. No, we can't do that either. We can't do this! We can't do that! What can we do? We can let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing, and your powers are the key to all of it, Missile. Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. We're talking about the matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. If we could switch the door for a different door, going the opposite direction, that would be cool. Okay. We've made progress. There we go. I just had to wait for the lid to fall over. Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you. Can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanilla. I couldn't do anything to help you. And there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. The magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead, not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that, right about now, the real me has given the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call? Yeah, he was pretty upset. Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that. And what's this lively little creature thing? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla? Gods in heaven, what a terrible thing! That poor little girl, taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed. Wait a minute, Miss Camilla is a hostage? Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camilla? A hostage? What's a hostage? Anyway, Inspector Cabanilla, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right? But this time it's different, right, Cecil? That's right. It's working together. It's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in White, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay? Okay, let's hurry and get through this. Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. I mean, we're still bringing you to life, so I feel like that's pretty good. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Caminella's upstairs, so our first step is to get up there. Cecil, I'll go up first and wait for you. Okay, Lovey-Dove. Oh my god, his Dove's named Lovey-Dove. We need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs, as Mr. Ghost in it. Don't drop it. This pigeon is one of the MVPs. There you are, Cecil. Sorry about the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the Inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? There you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot, and then save Cabanella without him noticing. Whew, it's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something! Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap R2. Okay. Well, this knit hat has a similar shape to the helmet. So Cecil, could you explain something to me? How exactly did the man in white die? He got shot with a gun. Gun, huh? I always wondered about those things. How come people die when they hear that loud bang? Huh? Oh, why do they? I don't remember. Oh, brother, I hope I never lose my memory. Mr. Whitecoat here died because he got shot with a bullet. Bullet? A little lump of metal. It proves fatal when it gets lodged in his head. Ah, I get it. It's like a little tiny Mino, right? Yeah, something like that, I guess. Different shape, though. In that case, I ought to be able to use my powers on it to save a man in white. Hey, good news, eh, Whitecoat? Can anybody here just call me Cabanella? I have no room to talk. I called him Capybara a few times. I feel like there's gonna be more to do here, but I'll see how things go when things continue forward. Oh, did you see that? The Bat Cecil turned around. You have to call him that. But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. This is the only time he takes his eyes off me, too. If you have something to do, do it now. Time to take the first steps towards saving the Inspector. No, I wanted to do something. Dang it, I thought it would land on the lamp. Oh, you didn't see nothing? I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been here a day in my life. Okay, alright, well, those are the same shape, but I don't see how they'd be useful to each other. Alright, Yikes, I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die? Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he didn't die if I shot him. Why did you go for the trouble of shooting him at all? Time's almost up. It's enough chit-chat. But now the situation has changed slightly. The last seconds are our chance. Okay. I was like, there was another conditioning idea. are you talking about? There's a knit hat in the perfect shape of a bullet behind him. Dang it. Okay, so I didn't do something right. I did get the knit hat all the way there, which I feel like is like, you know, a fairly large amount of what I'm trying to do. Alright. I just need to figure out what I needed to do else with that bullet. Alright. Okay. Oh, I see something. Right on the hook. I love knit hats, so worms. Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that is the same hat, the shape of the helmet you just knocked down. Ah, I thought so. Does this count? I mean, it's shaped like a bullet and it's right there. What do you mean? It's shaped like a bullet. I'm a little confused. Okay. The knit hat is shaped like a bullet, But there's no bullet to swap it with? Maybe I did something in the wrong order. Welcome back. Still stuck as I was, but I'm feeling stuff out. I feel like I'm definitely on the right path, but still missing something, clearly. Like, I get the knit hat over here, and it looks like a bullet, but, maybe that will make a difference. Alright. Gosh dang it, why didn't I hit the button to move it and then it just sat there? I just assumed it was something I would need to do. I don't have a reason for it besides that it's clearly shaped like the one thing, so it seems like it would be something I mean, am I doing it at the wrong time, I'm guessing? Because you can jiggle this one over here, and I thought this would be like the bullet shape, but... Okay. I'm confused what you mean then. You say don't rewind, but I've gotten to a point where the knit hat is on the ground. I thought it would look like a bullet, but it can't be switched for the bullet, so it doesn't work. Because you can't see the bullet firing, like, where it's in a position where you can do something about it. So I'm confused what you mean by don't rewind. Because I'm like, Oh. Okay. Okay. Is there anything I can still do? So I said to rewind. Don't rewind. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a big delay on the stream, so I see your answers, but when I'm like, you know, a lot further along, like it's like a good like 5 to 7 seconds. So okay. All right. So solved one part so quickly you missed the hint for the next part. Shine hint. You should not drop the helmet to get the hint. And you stumbled across the answer, so I said don't rewind, but you ended the answer. Okay. Alright, then we'll go back. Yeah, I was struggling with it because I was like, I can't reach, when the knit hat is down, I can't reach. I can't reach the knit hat with the helmet, so I guess if the helmet isn't down, that would help. Alright, try this again. Alright. Missile, go on the phone for now. Don't know if that will actually do anything, but... Alright, back down here. I didn't see anything for a hint for the hat, for not moving it. Yeah, it's okay. I think I'm more confused about what I was trying to do right now, because I'm, like, okay, so don't move the hat. And then I did move the hat, and I'm like, okay, so pretty much nothing changed. Because the hat wasn't moved yet. But when if at this point, if I moved the hat, or even not during when he was facing the other direction, he sees it because it lands in front of him, and then he's like, "Oh, you're here! I'm gonna get you." So I'm like, So like right now, I can't knock the hat down, and I couldn't after he got shot. He has a bullet. Like I have a. I mean, the bullet. It's facing the right way. Does that count? Oh, okay. Well. Okay, okay. So I did do it right this time. Okay, so I was literally doing everything correct, except I needed the hat to still be up there, because the bullet, it needed to fall and be shaped like a bullet facing the right direction. Okay. Oh my god. I know what it is, I just can't. How do I... Oh, okay. I see. The helmet was the thing. That's so weird, because the knit hat flattened looked a lot more like a bullet than than the safety hat ever did. We tried swapping what we couldn't find, but we just made things worse. Okay, I understand now. I understand. So you drop the knit hat onto the rack, and then but you don't drop it again like I did. Okay. Yeah, okay. I get that. I get it. That's funny though. Oh, poor Cabanella and his poor face. Alright. That's very funny though. I guess if I had, like, not done stuff, I actually would have figured that out sooner, because... Because if I had to just, like, let it play out, I think, or I could have figured it out sooner, because then the helmet would have been right there. But I'm always like, I'm gonna try to solve this as soon as possible, and then I make more problems for myself than I mean to. Alright. I was too smart, but I assumed that the folded knit hat was the thing, because I was just like, the folded knit hat makes perfect sense because it's more bullet shaped. Nope, it wasn't that. It was it's it wanted the one that's a little bit more cap-shaped. Alright. Now, this time, don't shake it free. Alright. Alright. Excuse me. There you go. That's so funny though, you can just beat him with the hat. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. And now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm, most of all, soft. Did I do it alright? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. And I'll keep doing it too, over and over. What I saw in these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two were working together. That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla. I guess that makes sense. I don't really look at bullets when they're fired. I more look at bullets when they're unfired, if I ever do. So I never really thought about how they might change shape when they are fired. But I guess that makes sense because like a lot of the shows or stories or stuff, whatever media you or watch, tends to have like, you know, you lose the casing when you fire, so the casing is like most of the shell anyway. And then the bullet's like the little ball at the end that gets fired out. So I guess that makes sense. I guess I was thinking I would be switching it sooner or something. I'm not sure. And there's a certain guy I have to follow too. I was overthinking it, unfortunately. But if I had just let it happen and I had been able to swap it with the safety hat, I probably would have figured it out a lot sooner. But I was like, no, there has to be more to this. But that's why they tell you to sometimes just let the death happen so you can see what you can do and what affects what, you know? So I guess that makes sense. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cavanella, the man in red left, and now a new story is about to unfold in a new present. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Phantom. You've been talking about, like, you know all these, like, very specific things about poisons, and it's like, sometimes you say stuff so nonchalantly. I'm like, this is really actually really niche information that I definitely did not know. Because you definitely like know a lot more about some things, like being able to just be like, oh yeah, these poisons do these specific things, so I'm gonna use it in like a campaign and for a game and stuff. And I'm just like, dang, okay, that I definitely would never have thought of that. I'd have to do like research to figure that stuff out. And that's if my memory would even let me to retain it. How are you feeling, you crazy old character? My bones are still broken. Hey there, Prof. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, right. Like I'm gonna believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. Oh yeah, all my bones are still broken. I forgot. Damn it, you picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine. Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of Inspector White, I can't call it a complete success. In any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I better talk to them. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, sorry, I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there, within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. Guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. This guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. He's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. Detective Jowd, who forced me into a corner, Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park, and finally you, Inspector Cabanella. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yes. 10 years ago, on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation, and then I did it. I made two very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. Fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I'd just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking a statement, but I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanella, got a minute? The chief wants to see about your report. Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun. How could you? He used my gun to escape. That's what he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. I mean, yeah, it was kind of silly for you to leave your gun back there, but he didn't have to try to escape. And then, you threatened him. Yes, absolutely shit thing to do, but also, he didn't have to escape. He didn't have to pull a gun. He could have continued to talk to you about what was actually going on, or, tried to get information, something from somebody else or something, but, or got, lawyered up or whatever. That was his decision, to just decide to take the gun and run and then hold someone hostage. It's not really your fault that, he decided, yeah, you pressured, you definitely threatened him, so it's kind of that's kind of bullshit. Scaring him into telling the truth is kind of shitty, in a sense, because, a confession under duress isn't really a confession. But, it still kind of was his conscious decision to take the gun, to break out, and then to hold someone hostage. You can't just, say, oh, well, I left a gun on the table, it's all my fault, he did things with the gun. He had the choice to pick up the gun and use it. We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication. Overseas communication? For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communication networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted for them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him. Of course, we didn't know what he looked like at the time, and in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them two predictions. He foresaw two completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Those two inmates at the special prison, eh? We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then finally, we pinpointed where we were going to meet tonight and staked it out. Okay, so... Okay, so he died. He got these abilities because he could alter things and change things in order to make whatever he predicted happen, in order to get the attention of. Okay, that makes sense. The restaurant, the chicken kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal. Submarine? But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think about what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands. Right. Highly unlikely they'd use him for peaceful purposes. And now they have that little girl as a hostage. Camilla. We have to stop him before he leaves the country. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? Of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. In your life, eh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case? That's why you cared so much about your record? Of course, what else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Jowd shooting Alma? I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story, some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder and everything in my power, and then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator, he's going to prove that Jowd is innocent. What incredible determination. There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. Oh, I forgot. Wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent, and he himself asked to be executed. No, as a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it, eh? There's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions. Ha! What's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around. Give it time. There are more important things to do with our time tonight. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. Police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There was no signs of life. He was definitely dead, but I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Can you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity, too. That's the only way I can describe it, too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead, alright. No question about that. There wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch, but I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. And that's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. So he's like a ghost. I never had the chance to solve the mystery. That's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that? They got up and walked away. Bloop. I got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. And he didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove. The corpse left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body. Radiation? I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute, could it be? That's right, it's coming from the meteorite fragment. I went to the park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell, and just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die, only to come back to life. I wanted to research it on all depths, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn about the connection between my research and the manipulator case, thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush? It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. I heard there was an oddball who's researching Temsic. Is that you, baby? Who are you to be calling anyone an oddball? I was investigating the manipulator case then, and then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, they were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "The source of my power is not of this world." That's what I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and the Temsic were somehow connected. Which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise the little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. Oh, he made her do it. Oh, that's sad. I thought he might have altered the thing itself, but it would make sense that she was forced to do it herself. Oh man, that sucks. So that contraption in the basement here, you built that to try and help Detective Jowd? That's right. Jowd and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device. There was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce no matter how hard I tried. Camilla told Jowd it did have something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move. I added that part to the device I recreated. I put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire. So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption. As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Okay, I figured it was some, thing, but it's interesting that they were making it to kind of, test out things. Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated you to spoil your image of me. That cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is that really the image she had of him? Inspector Cabanella, I'm sorry, I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Jowd. This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw him in the slammer. Yikes. I'm with you, Cecil. Tonight. I really thought we finally had him, but my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. But a joke is a joke, you might as well laugh. Jowd! The minister called off the execution order, and while he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning, too. It's a pretty extreme while he was at it. His rotating paints. Sorry it took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everyone else run around, and then you swoop in at the last second. Jowd. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. Promised to give it back to you this day. Oh, it looks like there's a pair of pants in there too. That's nice. Oh, no, it's just the coat. Never mind. The inside's just darker. I've been waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Dude, you look like a doofus right now. Put on a shirt. Waiting for this day to come. Or at least some pants. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed. Thank you. Glad you like it. Sizzle, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please? Okay, fine. Counting on you. There's true stuff you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving. Inspector Cabanella. It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. Oh, this one came with a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's getting close to his end. Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hello, this is Jowd. Sizzle, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you. Well, you better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Oh, the pigeon did a little bow. At the other end of the line, I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I better go. Single telephone line connects me and the other Sissel, but that single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. And I just reached the center of the web. Am I gonna have to help Jowd, like, infiltrate further? Because there's, like, a bunch of guards, like, constantly doing routes on here, so it kind of reminds me of the... Oh, yeah, there's red lights, so they have the night vision goggles on. Welcome to Unoa, Detective Jowd. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. Presence. That's because I switched the power over to my mask off, Detective Jowd. I used your phone. I hope you don't mind. Egad, never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate. And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. Submarine, eh? But how did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Unoa was going to surface. Confound it! We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in the red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. Oh, that makes sense why he shot him then. Because, yeah, like, it was the shooting him was pointless, but... Josie... I have a little something for you. Oh, it wasn't a pocket watch at all. Cabanella had given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they were always proved useful. This one was a radio receiver that made to look like a pocket watch. Yes, Inspector Cabanella. I hear he's an excellent investigator. By the way, where's the man in red? I know he's on the submarine somewhere. Ah, Sissel, you mean? You! You can relax, that's nothing but his shell. His shell, eh? His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely right about now, he's controlling your daughter. Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. If you need a hostage, take me. Just please, let her go. Bah. There's something our nation needs. Sissel has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip. Our nation has already researched it. This product that Sissel has to offer, the source of his powers. Oop. Just rips the rock out of him. What in the world was that? The Temsic fragment gives spirits special powers, and our deal with Sissel is concluded, as far as we're concerned. What are you talking about? What a mistake to make right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jowd. Farewell. I bet whoever... Hmm. 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 Bet whoever Ray is, I'm not sure who it is, but I bet whoever Ray is, I bet whoever they are went to the pure point at which this Sissel died, but it wasn't. I don't know. I feel like they have to be from the future, and we've seen that you can go back a little bit sometimes. But I also feel like it had to be something where, like, Sissel, like maybe they went back a long time and they've been waiting or something because they like knew exactly what everything was. They like knew exactly where you would be, exactly how to, like what your powers were and stuff. They have to know something about you. So they had to be from a lot further ahead. But what if they like took over Sissel? Like they saved Sissel by like, because this moment removing the meteorite from him would probably, like, if he died 10 years ago but he didn't die because the meteorite was keeping him in like suspended animation basically where he was still alive by ghost powers, then if they remove the fragment that might be the moment he dies, like, but his death is technically 10 years earlier too, so whoever knows everything, maybe they like I mean that might be crazy because it doesn't necessarily make sense. Like, why would he just sit around for 10 years? But I guess it would also make sense, like why he would have all of this information and why he'd been waiting for as long as he was and knew everything like he needed to share, like that he had experience with everything, and why you didn't get resurrected, you know he knew to be there, and it could be because technically his death hadn't happened, and that's why you couldn't save Sissel at that point. Like when you came back, there wasn't a core to reawaken Sissel because he wasn't dead at that point. He was just an empty vehicle at that point for Sissel's spirit. But so it could be something where like whoever it is, I don't think it's you. It could be you, but I mean, no matter how many times we jump back in the past, we haven't engaged with ourselves at all, except once, which is when you were first learning to use your powers and you like honked the horn on the bike and stuff to stop the Jigo from shooting Lin. Like that stuff still affected the story, even though it wasn't you. Like, or it was you, but any other time it hasn't, like there isn't an overlapping effect of, oh, you did this last time so it still happens. So but like this moment taking the rock out of him would probably, like, if he was being kept alive by it, then that would be probably the moment he died. So somebody could have done the 4 minutes before your death thing, but it might send them back 10 years, instead, because, well, he died 10 years ago. He just has basically been forced to be alive also because of the fragment keeping him alive. So without the fragment, he has now technically died. So now he's, able to be saved in a sense. Would be really interesting. That might be crazy because, like, maybe like he did technically die, so he might have counted as being dead all that time ago and stuff. But it is interesting. It feels like there's so much about this that it's about revenge that the end result is going to be undoing the thing to to make the things better, like changing the past. That moment that Cabanella left the gun, that Zhao chased him, that he took the girl hostage, like something about that I feel like is gonna get changed so that he never becomes that thing in the first place or something. But I don't know. Farewell. Uh, we get jettisoned, I guess. What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Detective Joud! Where did he go? What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I better find them and fast. I'm going to keep playing, but I'm actually going to take a maybe 10-minute break. Just because I have been sitting here for a little while, so I'm gonna stretch and such. All right. Okay, I'm back, so I'm here to talk. If anyone has anything they want to say, I'm gonna have to step away again briefly, shortly, but I should be back pretty quickly. I just, basically gonna be ordering dinner, and, need all parties to be ready for that. So I'm here if anyone has any thoughts or opinions they wanna, or anything they want to talk about for the brief time until, that's aligned. I'll say hi to each, even though you won't hear it for like a couple of hours, but you know. Hello. I'm glad you think so. I feel like I'm making a lot of silly mistakes, but honestly, I don't feel too bad about it, because like, you know, so much of this game is kind of fuck up and then repeat and see if you can do it better the next time, or, you know, figure out little details, you know, like, it's easy to mess yourself up, but it's also easy to kind of like restart and then kind of figure out from there what you need to do this time, you know? And some of it is like, you know, timing where you just didn't see X needed to be done, you know? I still think it's funny that like that Cavanella death area I was struggling, you know, so hard with. Like I had reset like 3 times, and I was just like, man, this sucks, you know, I haven't figured out what the heck I'm supposed to be doing. And it was like, if I had just like literally sat there and did nothing and then waited to see what happened, I would have probably figured it out so much sooner, because I would have seen at least you could use the you know, the hard hat, but it just wouldn't be effective as a protection. Yeah, this game is definitely like trial and error the game, but I honestly really like it. It's like, you know, solving a puzzle. Uh, you know, like any kind of puzzle, you know, like there's gonna be a lot of does this answer the puzzle? Nope, I got it wrong. Okay, back to the drawing board, try to figure it out at a different angle. So different angles is kind of like a hallmark, like trying to figure out different angles is kind of the hallmark of certain puzzles. So I really like this game because it's basically puzzles the game, but it's got a really unique mechanic. Like I've never seen another game that does the whole, you know, like you go back in time and you undo a death, and you know, like you can see how the death happens and try to undo like the cascade effect that it causes it. Yeah, it's also very funny to see that. I was not expecting that. Like honestly, when he got shot and then um you put the hat there, I was like, oh, I guess it makes sense, because the hat would hit him and the force would knock him over, so it'd make it look like he got, you know, injured, but it wouldn't kill him. But I didn't think about the fact that the hat was probably going at the same velocity as the bullet, so it just basically completely took him out, and that was so funny. I wasn't expecting it at all. Hello. Alright, stepping away for 1 or 2 minutes, and then I should be back. And then I will continue, and I will see how far I get. I'm hoping I'll be able to finish tonight, because I'm only, I think, 2 chapters away from the end. But we'll have to see how successful I am at navigating those chapters. Because I have about another hour or so, and then I'm going to switch to... when food comes, I'm going to take a break from streaming. I'm going to eat with my roommate, and then me and my roommate, Bree, are going to both play a horror game together called Devour, and we're going to stream that together in the evening. So you can, so you can watch that. We'll probably stream it on Twitch because that one's a little bit easier for both of us to share. So you can watch us play that one if you're interested. But it's a co-op horror game called Devour, and we're excited to play it. It's very fun, but very jump scary. So it's up to anyone who wants to watch. But we'll be doing that one after food. So I have until the food comes to try to finish this game. So fingers crossed I'm smart enough to do it. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello? Food has been picked out. So let's see. Yeah, I feel like definitely Red Guy would be a little bit surprised because he's like, he barely knows what anything is. Oh. So you're here, huh? It's Bissell! Yeah, I think I remember who you are now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago? I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog. It's with my lost memory, I can't say much better. Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla. Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out? Probably not. I'm sorry to say I don't think it can. I don't even bother to ask, but you do have the power to swap objects. Let's go find that lady detective them together. Telephone is ringing. Wow! It's Miss Camilla, I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming at me. I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get that phone before it stops ringing. You bet! Hello? Miss Camilla! Hello! It's no use, this black hello just doesn't like me. Just create a path for me, Missile. I'll come right over. Oh wait, that's talking. Alright. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to talk to them. There you go. You just heard another little explosion in the distance. I got a bad feeling about this. Sissel, look! That black hello, it came off the hook. Oh, I'd better answer it fast. Hello, is anybody there? It's her, the little lady. It's Sissel. Where are you? Somebody, please answer. I guess you can't hear my voice. You too, huh? Oh good, I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is... She said Lynn. Miss Lynn! We better hurry. Let's go, Sissel. It's no use. Nobody's answering. Oh, poor girl. Miss Camilla and Miss Lynn! Oh, poor Miss Lynn. Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. Looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady. Sissy, I knew you'd come. Miss Camilla! And Missile, too. I'm so glad to see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What? My voice? That's right. Camilla has a core now. That means she did hear Missile's voice before, when he saved her that first time. So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you. Miss Camilla, I'm so glad I was born your little doggy. Hey, Missile, could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while? Huh? Wait, don't you need my powers? I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Missile. Oh, Sissel, you're here! Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. Huh? I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't know in that case. Where's Detective Jowd? Is he alright? I don't know. Huh? The room he was just in disappeared all of a sudden. Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed them in the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanella fired into him with a bullet. That man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jowd and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat, and then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine drove back down again. Detective Jowd and I split up. He could take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Missile is best boy. Well, that's quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. Huh? There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy, it sounds like it'd be quicker to see for myself. But I'm guessing she got possessed because she doesn't remember. Unless it was too fast, like an explosion. But I don't think it would be an explosion. She definitely looked intact. Not that a game like this would show them not intact. Camilla, are you okay? Oh! Camilla? Camilla? Oh, I bet Camilla's being possessed. Hello, Lynn. Where's the detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camilla back! She has nothing to do with any of this. I'm afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution. Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I've... What in the world? An explosion? Uh-oh. Got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Look out! Revenge, huh? It's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. She's right. I'm not him, am I? He was going to shoot Detective Jowd as Camilla when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life again. You didn't have to add that again part. Yeah, I did. You die like every fucking chapter. I'm stuck here for the moment. So let's see. The cause of death this time was that mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery? It's like a shot of vitamins. And what do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion. Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I'm afraid with my memory loss I have no idea what vitamins or minerals are. Thank you. It's no use, I can't get the line to work. That's funny. I thought I could use the phone if the passive someone was calling. What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first, silly. Huh. Well, don't look at me. I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Somebody, stick the phone into the phone. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Okay, that was a bad decision. Somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed? Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry. Now's your chance to get on the phone. It might be Detective Jowd. She's right. Better check it out. Hello? Anybody there? If anyone's still there, get yourself out of there here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up. Why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming. We're leaving. I want to see what's going on there. So it must be true what they say, that there are restless ghosts aboard. That does it. I promise to turn over a new leaf, Mom. What's he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true neither of us really is resting in peace. Anyway, looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. I guess that means the fate of the sub has changed slightly. Sizzle has underestimated us. He left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip. Detective Jowd, what's going on there? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment, that man in red is about to get his Temsic fragment taken away. Okay, I can't go that way. Oh my gosh! Oh, the Temsic fragment, you're frying mine at last! That's a big rock, no wonder he died. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir. Boop! What? Cecil, just what happened? The whole room just disappeared with Detective Jowd in it. Don't worry, Lynn. I bet Detective Jowd can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I'd better hurry along before Cecil discovers what he's lost and comes after me. The Yanoa will be his coffin. Oh, jeez. May it lie buried here in the deep sea forever. Farewell, Cecil. So that's the cause of the giant explosion, huh? What is? Don't tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo. It's like, well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you? Yeah, sure. But a different kind of missile comes more readily to mind. It looks like he planned to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before the torpedo is fired. I'm in the torpedo. There's no time. It's gonna launch. Don't worry. We can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope. I was the hope at the strongest part of that sentence. Okay, here goes. Oh my god, there's a rat in here. This poor rat. They're so mean to you guys. I came along for the ride without giving it too much thought, but was this really the best move? I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? Sure, this poor little rat will thank us too. How in the world did it get in here? These outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. Spinning black things, right? Apparently their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy. I wonder if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow. Alright. So it's just the thing, if we clamp this thing on the fuse, it should keep it from moving. So what does that mean exactly? It means we might be able to stop the torpedo from exploding with this. I have to admit, I don't understand all the details, but I do want to give it a try. Before we can do that, it's like we have to get something out of the way first, huh? This probably is a detonator. Hey, don't press it, the torpedo will explode. Oh, better be careful. But you know, there should be a safety device around here somewhere. Safety device, huh? That sounds promising. We have to put the safety on before this thing blows up. There you go. Great, we've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. There, we've clamped the safety device on. We did it! That should keep the torpedo from exploding. There's just one problem. Problem? What's that? The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that. Uh-oh. What was that noise? It looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine. But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Sizzle, we did it! Hooray. What's the matter? You still look unhappy. We stopped the torpedo from blowing up, but we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine. You're right. I guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable. Huh? Am I hearing things? Anyway, I guess we better get back to the present as quickly as we can. Right, I'm worried about Camilla. Somebody just spoke to us with great text, and I don't know who it was, but somebody just said something to us. We managed to stop, and they were just like, huh, must have been my imagination, those articulations of words. Like, okay. We managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. We got to get them out of here. I better go meet up with Lynn. The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Yeah, unfortunately, I guess it won't run for long, but maybe I can use its movement to help me create a... Yes, that's what I was planning on doing, but you decided to talk for... Okay. Lynn. Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla! Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sissel should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here, too. I'm so happy everyone's going to be with me now. Plops. Camilla! Miss Camilla! I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do. Oh, I think I'm going to cry. Or whimper, as the case may be. I better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here before it's too late. Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Sissel. He's here. Up you go. She's really had a night, you're right. She's just like, I'm glad everyone's here. Passes out. I'm glad you're here, Sissel. Sorry for the wait. Looks like this room is gonna fill up with water fast. Better get out of that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, got it. Let's look up for a path that goes up. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Oh, and by the way, yes, I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Don't you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime, could you hurry, please? That's funny. There's a door here too, but it's stuck on something. I can't open it. I'll leave it to your superhuman strength, detective. Oh, that's weird. You did it, Sissel. Thanks. Girl! What was that? Looks like water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Huh? Sissel, the flashlight doesn't work anymore. Hey, don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Yeah, I know, you can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just taking things too far. Oh, hey, great. Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something? That's a cruel question considering the circumstances. Now all we have to do is get to that door and we're safe. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw... Oh my goodness. Okay, this isn't her fault. But also, why does she have to stand on, like, the thinnest little platform? Okay, now I really can't blame her for this one, actually. Never mind. Being upended like that is kind of a different story. Ow. What happened now? It looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. I can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Come on now, as if the latter could be true. What now? The water sure is rising fast. Come on. You just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Well, I think I see a familiar flame over there. Sissel, there you are. How's it going? How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous the situation is, don't you? Of course, after all, just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath. Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies? Of course! Trick time! What can you do right now, buddy? Hmm. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. There we go. Step 1. Oh, the water just was like, okay, we here now. I know Missile can. I can tell how I'm supposed to do it. It's just gonna be difficult to make it happen. No, don't talk. I don't want to talk. Thank you. There we go. Alright, how's it going? Yeah. Okay, I did that one already. No, Miss, that's too salty. I think that we're the things that he dead, so he can't drink it. Whatever, just do something about the scene. Thanks, Missile. Am I missing? Is this not stuck over here? Alright, water's getting really close. Not that you can see that well with all the steam in here. I'm trying my best. It's hard to figure out what orientation because this looks like it should work. Is there another pipe somewhere? I'm sure that did nothing for me. Because it looks to me like doing it this way, there's not very much steam coming out near the top, and both the bottom ones have the steam going out in the right direction. Okay. Can it take a little warm mist? Hey, that was no warm mist, it was boiling hot steam. Anyway, it looks like you're the key player for this one, Missile, but I don't think my powers alone are going to be enough. Oh, now Sissel's up here. Thanks. So we'll be closing the valve, shut off the pipe flow to that first pipe. Okay. Well, that was really helpful. But I couldn't get Sissel up here, so... How in the world am I gonna get up here? Don't yell at me. If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Missile. How can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with. Yes, let's... something to whisk Miss Lynn up and glide her ever so gently to the top. Hey, are you being sarcastic? Sorry, I can't do it. Hoping it Hurley. Is that any way to ask for something? Oh no. No! This way! Eee! Yoinks her into the water. Before rescuing her, obviously, but you know. Probably scared the crap out of her, I imagine. What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep sea, but I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. Is this a hint at Ray? Illustrations. New stuff. Save. I think that one thing that was like, excuse me, was when Sissel could not get up there. Like, I tried to get him up there and he would not because the gears weren't large enough for him to be able to, like, move across. And then he was stuck down there, and then Missile couldn't do anything because he needed to turn a lever. So she drowned, and then it let me bring him, then he was up there, and then I was able to do it. Like, excuse me. Rude? I am doing my best here, sir. The abandoned submarine continues to sink, slowly but surely, a long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the lady found the darkness and the salt water closing in on them, but at the very last second something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Another ghost. Probably Ray. Because there's a lamp right there. Hello? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Oh my god, it's Sissel. That's funny. So you managed to survive, detective. Hey, you're... Excuse my appearance. I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? Of course. What else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? And how come you've decided to help save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Sissel, look at you. What happened? I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are? That's right. I came all this way tonight, trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Sissel. Sissel? My name isn't Sissel. I bet you'll remember really soon. Who you are, and who I am too. What? Rude! Sir, you can explain things and you're just like, nah, we don't got time for that. Like, just at least, like, tell me who I am. The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. I'm a kibbie. They got us good. It's all over for the submarine. Its engine room's destroyed. There's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? I thought you had to deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Temsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more. These 10 years, I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research, and I think I've kind of got it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers, like possessing and manipulating objects, and in my case, swapping objects. Exactly. Apparently there are individual differences in the powers we get, and it seems these powers change as times go by. They do? Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. It is? How then? In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite, its radiation. That's what does it? That's what I thought. Dying while being exposed to the radiation? On that day 10 years ago. Is that a plunger? Fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart and I died. So of course I received special powers. Hey, wait a minute! Is that how I got my powers too? You know, you might be right. Aren't the Temsic remnants still right there in the park at the bottom of the crater? You're right! So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite radiation too. Yeah, you were the cat in the little suitcase. And when he died, you were standing next to Sissel, or inside Sissel, nearby Sissel, in vicinity of Sissel. Another effect, or not Sissel, I guess. Another effect the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite. One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death? Ugh, this is all so strange and confusing. I can't take it all in. It makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death. What? Oh, hey, I called this! Oh yeah, I'm so smart. My body's vital function stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since the incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut his guy's body with a scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate. Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping? It all went fine. I manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order, but I thought he might call off the execution at the last second, so that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. But they kidnapped the wrong girl. Little did I know. They had their own reasons for cooperating with me. Huh? Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsic. That's why Jigo kills Lin in the beginning, so that makes sense. That was them doing something on their own. Detective Jowd was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabanella and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And, as it turns out, me. I was one of their targets as well, so they stole my Temsic fragment, and here I am. Bet they had one more final target. You, detective. Me? If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage. Okay. But I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know. Huh? 10 years later and you'd become a detective looking into Jowd's case. Tonight invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago, so of course you didn't recognize me. Took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. Oh no! What if she shot the cat? The aim was off and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. The kitty was in the briefcase. I was supposed to meet up with them after that, but then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. Aha! The inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. But why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Temsic meteorite. Because you were looking into the Jowd case. They thought you would find out about Temsic sooner or later. That's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for water pressure to crush the submarine. Oh no. There are no cores that link from here to the water surface. I have an idea. We hook up the phone line and there are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for the submarine to be my coffin. A coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now. What you've been feeling these 10 years. You what? This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly towards the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn? Camilla! Is it true? We're stuck here? What? Oh, If my dad was here, I bet he'd save us. Oh, Camilla, I'm so sorry. That's funny. What is it, Cecil? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Temsic fragment and escape if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. This will tell us where Detective Jowd is. That present from the inspector in white. That's right. Detective Jowd told me to hold on to it for him. And the bullet is still in this person's body in the command room, right? Then we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this. But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there? We should be able to figure something out between the three of us with our powers, right, Miss Lynn? Right. Oh, and wait a minute. What about a torpedo? Torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. It looks like Detective Jowd is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Alright. Torpedo room, huh? There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out. Oh, I get it. You're going to use a missile to ram the control room. Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Jowd up. Something like that. We'll climb up on the to the torpedo room 2. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there then. Looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me! I'll enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. And I just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck! Okay, yeah, I know. Okay. What will happen to these two ladies? I think that's up to us and our powers. What? This is no time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength missile? Me? Of course I will. Count on it. There we go. That torpedo looks serviceable. I'll sit on this end too, but something's odd. What is the command room? It looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess I'll find out. Right, okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. Already set the torpedo's course. I'll head over towards the command room where Detective Jowd is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That's probably going to be my last task for the night. Just hold on until we get back. Come on, Missile. Missile? I'm sorry. I can't go. What? I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You have to do the rest, Missile. I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn? You staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Sissel, you might be able to make something happen. And that's our only hope. But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never, ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camilla? I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camilla! That's a good boy, Missile. Now are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw the switch. We're ready. Sissel? Yes. We never found out who you really were, but that doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. And I'm glad I met you, Detective. But we're going to see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right. We promise, little lady. Of course we will! I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes then. Good luck, friend. These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up. Detective Jowd! I bet that big masked man did this. I'm gonna bite him. You better not. You might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking. I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's talk to Detective Jowd. Sorry for the... Right before I jumped into this body, I could see Sissel's, and Sissel has a yellow core, which means he was saved. That's interesting. Sorry for the wait, Detective Jowd. Who are you? Are you Sissel? Please excuse my appearance. I can't believe you made it here. How is Camilla? What about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jowd about everything that happened on the submarine Yanoa. So the submarine is badly damaged? Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I knew the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. Ooh. You followed us. I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Jowd. Are you Yomiel? Ah, so that's his name. Yes. So you remembered me, do you? How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, huh? Yomiel. That's right. But those people on the Yonoa were calling you Sissel? That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you, right, Detective Jowd? Right. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you? Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know. Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who's good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's just how I got roped into joining that project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government. It doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about. To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. Bet you can imagine the kind of crime that the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one, and then one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened. He escaped from the interrogation room and took Little Lynn as a hostage. By the way, Detective Jowd, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomiel. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anyone. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly towards the bottom of an endless sea, an overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. And so that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal? A new life. Life? I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they helped me with my revenge plot. The second was a rebirth for me. Rebirth, a new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right, I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me, and the response in the end was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own, and they even figured out what Temsic was all about. And you had no idea they were doing all this. None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go through all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Tensik meteorite from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. Let my legs stretch, Josie, thank you. By Inspector Cabanella and the old pigeon guy, eh? At first, the government didn't believe the report. But then they decided to put the park under surveillance just in case. Surveillance, huh? It just looks like an ordinary peaceful park. There are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. I love that. The park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Tensik meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Tensik meteorite. So that's it. Hey? So the upshot of your grand deal was this, hey? Yeah, and it's the ending I deserve. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Jowd back to life, of course. What could we do now? But we promised! We promised Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla we'd save them! And we can't do that without you, Detective Jowd. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine. Let's just see where it leads us. Here we go. Back to 4 minutes before your death. So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There are only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here too. By the way, I am not human, Detective. I'm a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. You get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go through all this trouble to do this? That's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Okay. Now it's time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Ugh. Camilla, forgive me. Damn. It isn't over yet. It isn't? Remember what that big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility. In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. The possibility of turning the situation around. Already heard this. Huh? What is it, Detective? Look at Yomiel's shell. There's no aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Tensik fragment is gone. Could this change his shell? Give us some change to his shell. Give us some kind of lead. I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small it is, that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped thanks to the power of the Tensik. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Tensik fragment has been taken away. Exactly, so what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Tensik fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So let's see, that means we can go back? Back to 4 minutes before your death? But, wait a minute, exactly when is that death? That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move! 10 years prior. I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever, and then I saw it, the final death, at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all of the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. "10 years earlier." I think this is interesting. That makes me actually feel more sure that Ray is maybe Missile, because I said something about that in passing, but like kind of more as a joke than anything. But I feel like I could see Ray staying, or Missile staying, and becoming Ray, in the sense of like because the way that this whole event happens, this whole like cascade happens, is because you die at some point in the junkyard. I think Lynn accidentally shoots you. Like, she shoots through the suitcase and you might have been inside it or something like that. And you're in the suit. I think you're the cat in the suitcase. And Yomiel, like, fake deaths there, you know. But I think, that it would make, like, you could technically stay and wait 10 years to pass the information on, but the whole thing was like the characters, I don't know. I guess it could be Sissel, but I feel like it would make sense if it was Missile as well, and like Missile patiently guard dog waiting and then passing on the information you needed to know in order to start saving everyone to find the truth, in order to complete the loop where you go back and fix things, so then it becomes a better timeline, I guess. When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago, when the Temsik meteorite fell. And it could be Sissel, but Sissel died that night. Sissel isn't Yomiel, so Sissel couldn't go back that far, or wasn't dead at the time. So I feel like, I don't know. It's very strange, but I feel like it could be Missile. We traveled back through time, and now we're here at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. Oh, that park's pretty. Oh, that's so cute. It's ready. Hold it. Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. Lynn just laying there. Oh, there you are. Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Throws Lynn. Like the football. Where'd the cat go? Did he get hit with a meteorite too? You're alright now. Are you hurt? You saved me, mister? I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsik meteorite, eh? It's beautiful looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Temsik from falling from the sky, but we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Jowd? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. That meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. We might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future. Okay, let's get started. How are you gonna save you? If Lynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything. When her sweet potato is almost ready, she's not budged from that spot. But you know, it makes me wonder. Little girl alone in the park listening to music and roasting a sweet potato? What kind of childhood did this girl have? Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break! Anyway, Lynn won't budge from that spot, then we'll just have to have this fragment move instead. You're gonna hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You made her drop her sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food too. Anyway, Mr. Fate has changed, albeit ever so slightly. You throw Lynn like the football existential jail. Is that, okay, yeah, that's... Come on. Take it. Okay, I think I did not. After fate change. Yes. That's Mino. Oh right, of course. But look at them, the potato and Mino. Right now they're both have the same shape. So you're saying that you can swap them, huh? Good idea, Missile. Okay, here I go, and I'm going to need your help. My help. It was quite a sight to see. Actually, looks like this park just got a new feature. But neither of them even glanced this way. Guess it's not surprising, seeing as even a meteorite didn't distract them. Hey, it was a desperate situation. Kill or be killed. And Yomiel is killed right after this by the meteorite. Well, not that park is a new feature. Can we use it to our advantage in any way? Well, I got an achievement that said fail by defacing the park or something like that, so I don't feel I succeeded. Just a hunch. Alright, yeah, Sizzle is trapped, so unless Missile can do something, I think I might have, quick swap their guns. They'll never see it coming. Oh, poor Miss Lynn. I'm sorry. If you're so sorry, then put her down. Alright, now, Missile. I was really out of my head that day. Well, we can talk all about all this later. The Temsic meteorite is gonna fall very soon. Before that happens, I'm gonna think of a way to do something about that fragment. And I'll do everything I can to help, too. Okay, I think I need to get the lantern to switch with Mino, maybe, because the fragment hits the lamp before it does anything. And they're the same shape, but I don't think it can get far enough. Yeah, it's not quite long enough. Could I? No, I want to jump over there. How the heck? Eesh. I did this before, and now suddenly I cannot remember how I did it. How did I? Oh, I bet I jumped into the potato sooner. That's frustrating. Okay. I don't know if I can do this like I'd like to. Alright. Swap. Swap. Oh, look, the lamppost is bending, but it hasn't broken yet. Really is a wonder it hasn't snapped. It just might hold out for a little while longer. As I recall, the Timsic fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down. But if Mino sits firmly in the way, then that fate should change. Yay! Okay, okay, but do I just have to watch what happens now? Because I can't move either of these guys. It's about time for that meteorite to come down. Don't worry, Missile, I think we're ready for it. Let's look what's right in the fragment's path. Okay, that giant sweet potato. If anything can get in the way, that ugly monster can. Ouch. Anyway, now the fragment's path ought to change. There, how's that? Look, the fragment's course. It changed a little. Now Yomio's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Take another look at that fragment's trajectory. Now that it's changed, what's in its path? Its path? No! No! His kneecap! He needs those! Ooh, Detective Zhao! The Temsic fragment shot through his leg! What? But the cruel twists of fates weren't over yet. Gah. Come on, put it down. Huh? Zhao, put the gun down! Now, if you don't, you're going to shoot him! I don't know if it's his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down! God dang it. No! I knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands. I won't let that happen! Missile, the bullet is stopped in midair. I'm here inside the bullet. Now let's swap it with something. With what? With what? Detective Zhao, meteor fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. And to do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the shape around here. It's the fucking sweet potato! Smacks him with it. Oh, crap. Did he just die? Oh no, we swapped the bullet. We still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed, but I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead. I'm just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still, the fate is just too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Look out! Wake up! You gotta get out of here! Oh, his leg. My leg! Damn it, my leg won't work. It's all over. We're out of time. Miss Lynn! It's not over yet, but there isn't anything to swap it with. Why don't we just let it play out, and then we can try to find another way next time. Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse, and then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased, but her memory of it would remain like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen. Not if I can help it. But what can we do now? Even when we work together. I think there might still be something that can be done. What is it? What can Sissel and I do? Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to finish this battle. This battle against the fate of death. Yomio! Sissel, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me. Let's go. Alright, I'll move there. Now gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all. And remember, you only have a split second. Got it. Now it's your turn, Missile. But what can I do? I think you know the answer to that. Okay, got it. You can swap them. The hunk of concrete will go back to its original position. But even if I swap it, it'll still be right above Miss Lynn. Don't worry. Okay, I'll do it. I'll swap them. It's no use. We can't stop that horrible Mino. What can we do now? I don't see how gaining a second or 2 helped. Oh, it helped alright. Those few seconds are exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn. Him. You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute. You mean? That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Oh, that sucks. For him, he gods. Ah, you're awake. Hey, mister, is your knee okay? No, it very much isn't, child. Huh. Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. Pay no attention to the bones. Or the blood. Lucky it wasn't a fatal hit, but the main thing is that you're not hurt. You saved me, mister? I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me? I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could. But... What's that? This is a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave. Detective's badge? Thanks! Okay, you know what to do, little detective. Are you alive? Yeah, sadly. Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But you know, I'm glad it happened. Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there. Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray. It's kind of limp. Is it okay? Sissel has been struck by the meteor. I don't know. I think it's unconscious. It's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything. Poor little kitty. How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, it looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? That kitten's, of course. Sissel's. Sissel. The name Sissel echoes in my head. That's my real name. I was a cat the whole time. These long, lonely 10 years, you were my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Oh, old friend. I think I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in this world. Somebody please look at me. Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Oh, somebody please reach out a hand to me. Reach a hand out to me. I had only just died at the time, had lost everything. My life, my memory, my body wouldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the black kitten. With no recollection of who I was, I lived as a cat with you for a while. Oh. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and then the man got his body back. This man, upon resurrecting, I'm going to get you. I'm going to adopt you. You have no choice. I took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to see just one more time. Took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomiel." Oh, the green text. That was something that popped up earlier that my character was like, must have been my imagination in the sub, I think. The man named me Sissel. It was the name of something important he had lost along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. Oh, no, it wasn't a briefcase, it was a cat carrier! For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects, but then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted, artificial light. When I got revenge on Lynn, I would see that light, or at least that's what I tried to believe. Man, Yomiel killed his own cat. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. Oh, he might not even realize Sissel was gone at that point. Black cat. I was possessing Sissel then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Sissel was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left, but then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Sissel, there inside the bag, was dead. What? That makes sense. The cat was still alive because it wasn't alive. He was possessing it. I wasn't able to control her completely. The first bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Sissel inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life. Right there in the presence of Temsic radiation. I knew it! Well, I knew most of it. I feel like I didn't think about the fact that he was probably possessing the cat, even though I probably should have if I thought he possessed living creatures and knew that. But I was just like, no, Sissel's the cat for sure. And that's when I got my power of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now. Why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. But as it turned out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences in the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean, I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Oh, not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancé stay dead like that. But you're here, 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. Just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the kitten Sissel's fate, and I can just bet you the fate of the woman you loved has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So, this was the last fate to be averted, eh? So Yomiel, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad too. I think I kinda understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we got back. A new 10 years later was just born. Right, we should get back to our new present. I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again. So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain, including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works, eh? And no matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Sissel. Yes? When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It'll be like we never met. So before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. Tonight, I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomiel? Thank you, Sissel. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomiel. Sissel, are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand it if we weren't. Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then. Sissel, I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jowd. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again. Wait! Before you go back to a new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you, Ray! Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you've forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I hoped. I'm really grateful to you, Sissel. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know. Who exactly are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fate of many people tonight, the first of which was hers. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. The story of a little creature. Oh, I bet it is Missile then. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling and hiding it in the place and left, and in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw towards his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead! But how? He didn't really understand it himself. Not yet, anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, Yomiel has the meteorite. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in red in the deep, deep sea, and then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that's taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? I wasn't sure if Ray was going to be Missile, especially when they brought in the fiance. I was like, oh my god, Ray! Oh, I wasn't sure if they were going to have it be the fiance potentially, but then the green text made me go, okay, it's not Ray. But I do find this interesting because, like, Missile definitely, like, it sounds so different from Missile. Yeah! Yeah! It sounds so different from Missile that I was genuinely not expecting it. This dog looks like if Uncle Lance was a dog. I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own, so you decided to wait these 10 years out. Exactly, and then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time I had grown old and my powers were weak, so I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. He's so good. He's so fluffy. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. But wait a second. You were able to manipulate the desk lamp. Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching The Man in Red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do, like travel through telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase somebody. But there's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before, on that night the first time around. We what? We met before. From listening to the conversation of the two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at that junkyard at the edge of town. I followed the ghost world paths to the junkyard and came across an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my fur stand on end, I can tell you. That was me? So I was shot on that night the first time around as well. You had lost your memory that time too. You had just died and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. Oh, I guess this was the green. And then you disappeared, away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. And namely, the right path would be the path to the Man in Red, to Yomiel. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction, and then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right. As you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the Man in Red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have been all over. Then you mean that the thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that? Completely made up. Little naughty of me, I know. Oh, you little shit. Okay, I love that. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy. I hate to admit it, but this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way. It's so funny that this is Missile. It's so funny to me. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I. Missile, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it, and so you did. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Missile, so you waited and waited these 10 long years, all for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh? Of course, because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Sissel. And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what had really happened in this town tonight. Oh, I made my way back to a new present. Oh. He would be. Missile is best boy. Just turn on the lights here. Missile and Sissel are my favorites. All of them are good, but, you know. Oh, Camilla still does her thing. But now it's, you know. Oh, Sissel! Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee, it worked! But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made the surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again. That's alright, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right? Really? Thank you, Detective Jowd. Dad, you're home. Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today. Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming a detective. Huh? Something wrong? Hey, you have one of those badges too. Oh, yeah, this? I have one just like it. My dad gave it to me the other day. But yours looks a lot older than mine, though. How long are you going to keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn? What's wrong with it? To me, this is a symbol of a real detective. It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day? When you gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow. Destiny, eh? And now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me. That you will. That you will. Sissel. Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're the same little kitten. That's right, the very one. You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten. Yep, he never got any bigger or anything. Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Sissel. Sissel. Seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Sissel likes you, Lynn. Alright, everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom. Oh, the mom is cute. Purple hair. I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too. And so we meet again, Sissel. From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world, and I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now, this is my new fate. I guess I really am a cat. suits me just fine to curl up and watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives as they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. But what about Yomiel, your buddy? That's it? But, oh, wait. Cabanella and Missile. Oh my god. Happy birthday to our lovely Lynn. Like I said, this is my birthday. Missile. Hey, Missile, I thought I asked you to stay home and guard the fort. But birthdays are for celebrating together with friends and loved ones. Nothing like it, baby. Oh my god, the way he spins the fork. I love that. They all eat like terrible people. Come on, let Yomiel show up. Yomiel and his wife. Or fiance, but probably wife at this point. Oh my god. Will said that his outfit is actually based on Phoenix Wright. But definitely not good. Maybe now I could be a great detective, just like Inspector Cabanella. What kind of example is the Inspector providing for his men? His little dance. Minister, will put on your shoes. I'll fight you. Here's your food, gentlemen. Memory, what are you doing here? I heard you were going to be picking new members for the Special Investigation Unit today. So you took on a part-time job here again just so you could eavesdrop? Oh, you have no idea the lengths I do go to reach my goals. Fair enough. Should put a bug in the chicken again. Oh man, it's such a good game. I really liked it. I feel like the end was a little exposition heavy, but I really liked it. Oh, they all just eat chicken like monsters. I see. La la la. I've never cooked this way before. So exotic. So exciting. Turmeric, coriander, cumin, and fenugreek. Didn't get through the rest of that sentence. If this is really necessary, this new curry chicken. Oh, but our very best customer requested it. Now good luck with the taste testing. Oh, the sausage head guy. He wanted chicken curry. Oh boy, I don't think I could eat another bite. Just who exactly is this very best customer anyway? He's pleased. Are you sure we really need all these explosives? Not to worry, Beauty, my dear. I followed the instructions exactly. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said. Wait a minute, 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Let me see Yomiel. Let Yomiel be friends with his cat. So this is where you work, huh, Papa? That's right, sweetheart. Darling husband, don't you have any ideas at all you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps? Now, must you take that way and talk that way, our dearest daughter? Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband. Oh, she bonked him with it. Oh, that's cute. This deal is going quite well. Oh, I must say, these grapes are quite good, my man. The Yonoa is about to scrape the bottom of the sea, sir. Be forewarned, sir. Egad! Keep it together, man. You trying to give me a case of the vapors? I believe I nearly died of fright just now. Let me see Yomio. Let him be friends with Sissel still. I'm glad for all these other people, but let me see the man. I want him and his cat to be friends still. Oh my god. Love, peace, and pigeons. Long live rock and roll. You're all head bobbing with him. Oh, the park guy. Stop the park from charging admission. Protect the rights of those who live here. Oh my god, that's so funny. Bailey! Today's the day, you know, he's finally getting out. You know, everybody's starting to get real tired of you seeing you do that. Then let me show you a new dance that's been passed down in our family for generations. We do this when we have a stomach ache. We call it Dance Away the Pain. Oh, I'm real interested in that one. Think you could show it to me, say, next week? You got it! I guess that makes sense. He did point a gun at Lynn. 10 long years, the O'Meal. He went into jail for 10 years for that? The lady always comes to visit you, is waiting outside. That sucks! But I guess he felt better after doing that. Thank you, Sissel. Oh. Oh. He drew him Kibby. Oh. Oh. We did it! I liked it. I thought it was really good. I really liked the puzzles. They definitely were challenging at times, but it was really fun to see how figure out how to solve them and figure out like little tricks and timing of everything. It was very fun. I think the ending was a little bit heavy in exposition rather than letting you play, but honestly, I felt like it worked really well for the game because there was a lot of points where you were doing stuff. Just the end, it had a lot of information it kind of threw at you all at once to kind of tie up all the loose ends. But it was still very fun and it was very good, and I had a lot of fun playing the game. And all the characters were very good. I liked all of them. I don't think there was any character I was particularly like bothered by, you know. I liked the designs of some more than others, obviously, but I thought none of them like bothered me as characters. They were all very fun, very, you know, unique characters, and the designs were pretty cool in a lot of them. It was interesting to see like how it all kind of tied together, and there's all these interpersonal relationships, because that was like a big thing, was, you know, each one of these people caused a ripple effect for another person, so it was really cool seeing them all kind of like come together by the end. And it was cool being able to see how you could like help each person, and the little ways you could help each person really made a difference in their lives and stuff, which is really cool. It's like a butterfly effect game. I always think those are very fun. Like what each choice you make can impact your whole story is always a really fun like mechanic. So this game is less about your choices being yours, like you don't get to make the choices exactly, but you also get to see how the choices and the differences, like the subtle differences in how this object move impacts the whole of like survival for somebody. So that's always really fun, and I really like puzzles. So I had a lot of fun, and I went far over how long I intended because I was like, wait, I'm on the last chapter, I bet I can do this, and then I went through the last chapter, and then I was like, okay, it should be done soon, and then it was like, exposition time! So it took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I managed to beat the game, and I'm very happy for that, because it would have sucked to, like, come back and have, like, one chapter to go, so I'd, like, do it, like, a 20-minute stream and then be done. But I'm really glad I got to do it, and it was really fun, and I'm really glad that everyone, did this with me. What are these? I'll look at them later. But thank you all so much for being here. I had so much fun, and it was really great to have all of you here. It's been a blast, and I'm going to hop off now because I need to get set up. I need to eat with my roommate. We are going to eat so much food and feel good. Recover from gaming. And then we're gonna hop right into a nice horror game, which will be really fun and scary, and I hope people come and watch that too, but it's also okay if you can't, because it is getting a little bit late, but it's only 7 and it's Friday, so you know, it's time to, you know, we get to stay up late and play games. So we'll be back. I'll be back soon-ish. I'll probably be on Twitch with my roommate also running their stream on Twitch, and we will just see how things go, and it will probably be fun and chaotic and terrible, but it'll be fun. So I'll see you guys later if you join, but if not, I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. I'm, you know, beaming hearts at all of you for being here, because I really appreciate you being here and listening to me talk and try to figure out all these puzzles and just having fun with each other. So thank you for being here, and I'll be back soon. Good night!